Test, test, test. Sounds pretty good. Good morning, good morning. Shield, shield is a good thing to have. I can also make a lot of noise with all my clattering going on, with all my sounds. We unband this portion. What kind of shields am I talking about? There is a sword system called the I-33 buckler and shield. It's just known as the Codex I-33. And it taught one how to maneuver a sword, and their shield is one combined component, for they're always very close in hand together. The sword represents the truth. You have a sword in your heart, and that sword is your truth and the truth, the reality of things. And I'm not talking about saying something to make somebody upset or just to cause a problem, nothing of that sort. But so that people can get to know who you really are. That shield we talked about, truly that is the masculine of the self, female or male. The masculine is the shield, the feminine is the home, the qualities within. She sees the truth. The mind is able to construct and see what's happening when it's at a state of peace and calm. And so the masculine can defend that. They can block that with the truth, their own being and their own presence. And that's one way how we can adapt and shift in our own personality traits, not because we're doing it at the whim of an emotion or some unknown moving force, but because this is what we calculated would be the best unit of operation at this moment. You know, you always got something different, whether you're measuring with liquids or dry elements. Things change with what we're looking at. I got another reality to share with you. And I'd like to say thank you to everybody and your good wishes and so forth and so on. And so I was able to get the funds from the donations. I was able to cover my rent, got the next couple of months set aside, and that money is literally on the altar itself. And here's why I'm sharing this information. Money is the most potent talisman that's accepted across the planet. Talisman, magical object that we all empower. Okay? Now, right now, I'm not saying let's destroy it. That's not what I'm saying. But as I resonate energy on my own, as I do my own mantras and prayers, as we come alive and we are generating this energy worldwide, the altar is quite active with that energy. And thus all of that energy is going into the money. So when that money gets into somebody else's hands, they are going to receive the energy that is contained within it. They may see only a value superficially, but there are all quite of qualities and components woven into the fabric of these things right here that will hold a charge of energy. You can spread loving energy across the radar, across the spectrum under the radar. Their money now has a double quality. It's not just magically active. It doesn't just have a currency and a value of that sort in people's minds, but it actually has a living vibration that's traveling with it. And you know how people are happy to receive a few bucks. Hey man, it's going to cover that connection with it. That energy transfers what's coming in. That's the connection I'm talking about here. You always look at the operation and it comes down to something that everybody needs. And what people have seen is the biggest challenge to overcome in this world. I've found a way how to influence it so that when I send it back, when it goes back into the world, well, everybody's reality can change. And that's why following a group, following majority, or will only get you so far. It only serves you so much. Because your own heart, I'm telling you, it's got the key. I want to talk about another thing, kind of a little bit different as well. Somebody mentioned this recently, and I've had many thoughts about it, and completely have had interesting experiences. So I'm going to share mine. I'll wind up looking at comments. I'll scroll back up through and look at the comments um, in a moment. Though I want to talk about video games, and I want to talk about virtual reality as another dimension of creation, another dimensional realm where your imagination can shape things with more elements at play. For some people, the old tarot cards and their oracle cards, they're not into all that magic. But you pick up a video game and the dude's got a wand and he's pa 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 shooting fire out his hands or lightning bolts out his fingertips, and they're cool with that. That's acceptable. That's okay. Okay, cool. Information allows our minds to put together a more detailed future of which we want. When I get upset, like I like playing Doom. I like playing Doom. Doom Eternal's the one I've been playing, but playing the second ones, the Ancient Gods. But like if I get frustrated at something in the world, if I'm just upset, it's not nobody I need to hurt, or it's not nobody in the world I need to get frustrated with. It's nothing I need to load on anybody. But I need to like let this out in a healthy manner. So man, I pop up Doom, and I love that game because it's just fast paced, super fast, boom, 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 boom. And to me, I'm taking out evil. And evil, it lives within anything. It's not who the person is. It's not who the thing is. So to me, I'm going more at a quantum level, taking out all those bugs, all those really nasty things causing problems. And to me, that's what I'm cleansing out, that kind of a aura in the world. There's been other aspects where I've looked back years later and I saw how, like I was mentioning earlier, a tarot system, another system of thinking, to be able to transmute my feelings and my emotions and my experiences to use more than what the common tongue or what the common individual is talking about, what's in the mainstream, to be able to use this information to cognize my own reality, to be able to see, to be able to thoughtfully, to be cognitive of what my heart is truly trying to tell my mind. You ever play charades? That's really what we do in life, throughout life. We've talked about words being a clothing of a system of things, but it doesn't. The word is not the thing, it is just the clothing. The word is not you, you are the existence. And life is like charades to the soul. It's trying to show the heart, it's trying to show the soul everything that it wants to really populate, what it needs to envision, what it needs to see, what it needs to comprehend in totality. I'm going to switch from games here in a moment. I'm going to go to comments after this one, but this is the third relative construct on video games. I've played some games. There was this one time I had a video game and I wasn't playing it, and all of a sudden the spirit was like, play your video game. And I was like, okay, I'm not in the mood to play a video game. I want to study and do the stuff I'm doing. I want to go over mantras, but okay, I'm gonna literally, the spirit directed me to play a video game. I played the video game, and essentially it moved my character to a deserted area. Within 6 months' time, I found myself in the desert, living in New Mexico. I didn't play that game for some time, and I did not put two and two together for quite some time. Then I picked up the game out of nowhere as I was much deep into my spiritual forget awakening, my journey, the activity, what's going on in the day. I'm involved in, the spirit jumps up to me and says, play your video game again. And I'm like, man, I'm not interested in playing that video game right now. It's just not even my cup of tea. It's not what I'm envisioning, not my imagination, nothing. It's just I play the video game. I'm like, fine. I play the video game. I keep playing the video game. My character moves from the desert to a nice part of town. A nice part of town. And within 6 months, where I happened to find a place to stay, I had no clue, I just knew a person. And they said, we got a room open, and boom, one thing's another, Bob your uncle. Get some donations, was able to make a few bucks on my own. And my body has shifted from the desert to where I am. That one I still haven't entirely put together, but I have seen that. I'm not saying all video games. I ain't saying for all situations. I ain't saying for all people. But in my unique case, in one particular instance, as my character moved, as I progressed my character, I progressed. Now, as I fundamentally think about that, that's my mind, that's my cognitive mind. It had to figure out how the fuck to get out of the desert. And in some form, some way, completely abstractly. Abstract means it's not a, you gotta kind of see the image and correlate. It's abstract. There's no real direct message. It could be interpreted, an abstract message could be interpreted 100 different ways. But it was the abstract information that my psyche needed entirely to be able to formulate for my soul to be able to be like, yo, this is what we're going to do. Here's what's next. Hey, from Hawaii, from you. Hello, to, to Tabitha, Justice from Ohio. Interesting factoid: Ohio gozaimasu is good morning. In a very respectful, gozaimasu is a respectable connotation, and that means good morning in Japanese. Direct, it's spelled a little bit differently, but it literally sounds exactly the same. but yeah, I'm up in Michigan. All right, let me get, I got a paper here. So if you, yes, I would like to take questions and do some tarot readings and just to let you know, all questions I don't necessarily entertain, but if they're a good question on a spiritual level, I am more than happy to expound what I've considered and experienced on that subject. But there's been a few comments about Labyrinth character, or a different character from different places. Good morning, Imhotep. Good to see you, bro. And what's up, little bro? I know I said good morning to you earlier, but I just want to give you a personal one if I didn't. Um, and okay, so you can be anything you want to be. And if you wind up becoming that, if you choose, you could be something else. The world is your playground. Why do I need a holiday to dress up? Why do I need a special occasion to honor my divine connection? I don't. This is my life. I'm not changing into a costume to accommodate people's minds because it's too feeble, that it hasn't grasped the ability to understand that there's more in the world. That if you went to another country or two, you would see a vast difference than a Western point of view. In my travels, well, I come back a changed individual. And with those changes is massive abilities to adapt and to become things I thought were characters in a video game or a movie. But I found it wasn't just the video game. It wasn't just the movie. Somebody conjured that consciousness. They conjured that character. Why? Was it a hero to their own story? Was it a construct of their own life? Was it some divine consciousness saying, I need this embodied, but they couldn't get anybody real, so they made a character in a story in a video game or a book? We are free to embody anything we desire to do. We have free will. This is the liberty, Western part of the world and a lot of other parts of the world. The world's moving forward all the way around. You've got liberty. They fought for it. They went to war for it. They died for it. You know, people say honor the veterans. Okay, how can you honor the veterans that have died for us in the past? By seizing and grasping your liberty and being free from conformity. If you're conforming to a standardized way of life, that ain't spirit. That ain't divine. That they don't conform. They are unique creators. They are going to influence, create, cause the prelude to the effect. My character of myself, of my heart, of who I am, of who I've become, I've put together from all parts. Personal experiences, things that I read in the Bible that resonated with my own life. I connected with, wow, I connect with Lot. I connect with Joseph, da 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 da, here and there and here and there and there with him and there with those. And it don't go no different to any story I read or movie I see or video game I play. The entire world is here for me to learn from and to fill. The world's a pretty darn boring place. That's why you gotta pay money to be entertained. What if we were all just entertaining each other? I don't gotta pay no money to be entertained. The fucking show is our world. Why do we have to pay money to go to a Renaissance fair? You can dress up whenever the fuck you want. Who the fuck cares? What, are you in some religion? Well, you can't dress like that or else you're following the devil. The fuck? The devil's in you too, bro. Let me go check out your life 24/7. I'll guarantee you doing something fucked up. We all fucked up. We all got some problem. Fucking moron pointing the finger. That's not how scripture, Bible, or holy stuff works. You point that stuff right back at yourself. You use the environment around you to learn from it, to make a new choice, to do something different. America came together to say that we are going to do whatever we like spiritually. We're tired of being hanged and killed for thinking differently and entertaining some other notions than a big group of fucking controlling ass motherfucking power hungry motherfuckers. That's why America was created. That's why it was fought for. That's why a revolution happened. That's why all that shit went down and we are where we are. Fuck a goddamn debt. Come take our motherfucking lives. It's not going to happen. That's why. That's why there's a debt, because well, you're not going to stop shit. With the whole fucking world's in debt. Oh, I guess nobody can move forward because we're all looking backwards on what we owe each other. Just burn that shit. Let's start helping each other the correct way, move forward. And put some blessings right on their own money. Because this dude, he wasn't the only one. He's just the face of it. He took the leap out front. And he said, I'm going to introduce something new to this world. I'll take it. I'll go for it. He didn't want to be president. He did not want to be that dude. He tried to pass it up. And so he supports your efforts. The faces on your bills support your magical efforts to put goodness into the world. They support your creation of talismans. They support your actions of transformation from an old way of chaos to a new way of loving order. Loving order to where everything and everybody is provided for. We as humans can fix damn near any problem we're dealing with. That car breakdown on the side of the road, we can get the mechanic, we can do that. Heck, we can find the engineer, we can go to freaking the moon. We are capable of wondrous acts. And that's what we're in the process of doing and affecting and changing. That's why you're seeing things change before your eyes. You're seeing entertainment. You're seeing individuals who would never look like it, and they're saying kind things. They're dropping videos, songs, rap songs, and all sorts of stuff. Because they even feeling the vibe. They even feeling the change. They feeling the shift. And I think that's something pretty darn special. Right, so if you would like a oracle or tarot reading, you can just put that in the chat log. I'm looking at that currently right now. I'll write your name down, and we're going to get to doing that for anybody who would like a reading. I'll at least write down the first like 9 or 10 if there's that many. Oh, what's up from Portugal? That's really cool. Got you, Abel, yet, definitely. Got your Evie, definitely. I'm thinking Renee, I'm taking yes, thank you. I'm taking that as yes, you want a reading. Evie, gotcha. Yo, Joshua Volker. That's yep. Man, being up early, that gets it, man. Stonger set. I should say Seth. What's up, guacamole from New Zealand? Yo, that's awesome. That's awesome, bro. Boom, boom, boom. Signs. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, okay, gotcha. I got the joke now. Thank you. I'm fast on some things. I'm really slow on other things, so that's why I ask questions. Yes, there's a gnome behind me. I've got a few. Symes, Portugal. Got you, bro. Okay, cool. Yep, that was definitely one for Renee. Got you. And Willie Metal wanted a reading. Got you. And Aaron. Aaron MC. And Vera Dolores. Veres Dolores. And Alicia. Divine Ribbon Awareness. And Adelia. Beautiful name. I put you down as Divine and Adelia. I hope I pronounced that correct. Very welcome, Vedez Dolores. What's up, Mitchell Green? Okay. All right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom, I'm stopping right there because I got 10 readings, so that's plenty on the list. And I got those written down. All right. That's my email just in case you'd like to connect. Want a PDF copy of my book? I'll send you one. Really want to make spiritual connection of your own accord, your own experience. I can send you something. Quite everything's for free that I'll send you. I'm not trying to sell you nothing here. And things that can help you move on your journey. And so that's my email right there. Okay. What's up, Forsaken King? Very cool. All right. Just getting some things set up for the readings here. All right. Now there's a lot of people and they're like, what's up with your head? I don't really address it too much. Not sure all the details because there's a lot of personal realities and all of that. However, I went to a Hindu temple for a good while, and Adiparashakti, the Temple of the Eternal Mother, 551 West Kennett in Pontiac, Michigan. Great temple. Totally recommend going if you can, if you ever have the chance to. Though the kumkum powder is on the forehead, I always put the red kumkum powder on there. And I looked up information, and on a spiritual journey, your discoveries are your discoveries. And only until you find somebody who's made the similar discoveries and you start talking on the same wavelength can you really have a real conversation. Because for those who haven't actually discovered these things, talking to somebody who has not even accepted a possible belief of it, their conversation I'm not going to be able to advance. Well, the kumkum powder on the forehead was significant in connecting to the third eye. I knew this, the Ajna chakra center, the eyebrow center, that chakra, the third eye, the pineal gland. Now I'm gonna read some detailed information, and before I jump into the readings, and we do have 10 readings here. So if I did mention your name and wrote it down, I will get to your reading. I'll do one after the other, but I gotta start with. I'm just feeling inclined to start with. I read this the other day, though. Anyways. In the ancient Egyptian and the Kemetic tradition, the science for manipulating the two magnetic forces which form the essence of all psychic powers was subsumed in the teachings associated with the symbols of the deities Nekebet and Wachet. These powers were considered important they're so important that they were made the tutelary deities in Katamet. Nekebet, which corresponds to the electronegative northern pole of the magnet, was the chief protectress of Upper, which was southern Katamet. She is depicted as a woman wearing the white crown of Upper Egypt and holding a lotus scepter intertwined by a serpent, which together symbolize the electromagnetic forces, the serpent of the psychic centers, the lotuses. Wachet, which corresponds to the electropositive southern pole of the magnet, was the chief protectress of Lower, which was northern Katamet. She is depicted as a woman wearing the red crown of Lower Katamet and holding a papyrus scepter intertwined by a serpent. Their correspondences to the poles of the magnet are revealed in the ceremony for embalming the dead, where the priest says to the mummy, here's where it kicks in. The goddess Wachet comes into you in the form of the living Orat, the Oreus, to anoint your head with their flames. She, the Orat, rises up on the left side of your head, and she shines from the right side of your temples without speech. They rise up on your head during each and every hour of the day, even as they do for their father Ra. And through them the terror which you inspire in the Holy Spirit is increased. And because Wachet and Nekebet rise up on your head, and because your brow becomes the portion of your head where they establish themselves, even as they do upon the brow of Ra himself, and because they never leave you, all of thee is stricken into the souls which are made perfect. That's the reason. That's the reason. I could only learn so much on the Indian side of things, to my own ability to seek and find and get in depth of all the material I could to comprehend what I knew to be true. But as I go to my love of ancient Egypt, I see the importance. See, the Indians helped me realize the importance of putting something on my forehead, so it created a habit. Now, there's awareness, there's understanding to that habit, which is why I support doing it. I agree with the understanding. So I bring that aware. I put that there. I put that there. I'm honoring the old gods, the old ways, how they used to do things, how the people are still following after them. I modeled after this myself as much as I could. But I still didn't have the complete truth. I was still seeking. I was still longing. And when I went back to where I really kind of took my first big leap, it gave me the reason. That's why. That's why I got something on my forehead. That's why I'm going to bring that up every single time. That's why I'm going to have that there. I don't care about talking about it every single day or every single moment, but that very power of existence is something very real that a whole nation, group, country, people honor to this day. And I can't afford products, so I do with what I got myself. Okay. Abel Campo, are you still here? Just put a chat, some message on the log, and I'll be happy. I'm gonna start your reading. Just gotta make sure we get a confirmation. Don't want to do a reading if someone's not here. Cool, you all are. All right, Abel. Huh. In my hide, in my world, in my mind, I see things like currently, like what I have kind of going, what I have going through is like, you got different shows, like America's Got Talent or Europe's Got Talent or whatever the programs are, Dance with Stars, all that kind of stuff, right? Right, people seeking to be like who the best they are, right? Okay, so then I'm like, new show, it's the whole fucking world. You don't gotta go in front of a fucking camera, right? But the new thing going over the world, what's happening in the world right now. It is the live play of the moment. So the divines, the old gods, divines, old gods, same ones really. They're looking for people that can embody them. Not in an unbalanced way, not in a chaos way, not in a foolish way, not in a now I can just blah 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 whatever I want way, but to actually be able to resonate their energy so that they can all literally walk this world with us and through us. For me, the divine that I've connected with, the resonance that I am, it's co-pilot. It's not complete dominance. They don't just take over your life and they don't force you to do something you don't want to do or you're not ready to do. It's like a best friend because they want to live as much as you desire to have that complete fulfillment of purpose, dreams come true, and all that. They could bring that in your life. Doesn't look exactly like you got it pictured, but through a higher intelligence, there's a better result we can actually get. So the card here for you, Abel, is initiation, spiritual testing of Ra and the Lady All Set. Spiritual testing of Ra and the Lady All Set, the Divine Mother. When you're being spiritually initiated into the mysteries of light, love, and power, there are moments of deep challenging. The key is to find the light within the challenge, the learning, growth, or wisdom that can be summoned to turn the challenge into an opportunity for healing, while the scorching heat of Ra seeks to burn through any resistance. The Lady All Said, with compassion and cleverness, will protect you from burning, and instead enable you to be nourished and grow from the light of Ra. Lady All Said helps you pass the test of intense growth as you thrive with new life. And for advanced aspirants on the path, initiation will occur at various stages. Sometimes your entire life will feel like an initiation. At other times, specific areas will be flowing easily, while others are deeply challenging. This oracle comes as confirmation that you are not needlessly suffering. If you can find the light within the struggles, tests, or challenges that face you now, you will experience breakthrough healing. It is almost unbearable. Oh, let me stop right there. There's a word in my language I made note of in my book, and I haven't looked at it in a while, but the word is aced, like A-Y-S-T, like aced. It kind of sounds like aced, but aced carries the meaning that your greatest weakness is your most powerful advantage. It's like your most greatest strength to pull from. It is almost unbearable solar fire of Ra that can cleanse the soul of wounds and the love. Compassion and intelligence of all set the Divine Mother can temper the heat of Ra and stop it from burning and drying you out, or else you would be left with nothing but emptiness, anger, bitterness, and despair in your heart. These are not meant to be the outcomes of life's challenges. Rather than losing love and hope through the challenges of life, the initiate understands all aspects of life are growth opportunities in various states of disguise, waiting to be discovered. As an initiate, this oracle urges you to honor life as a gift and treat any challenge or pressure as a way for you to grow into a brighter and purer light capable of great spiritual service on this planet. That spiritual service includes growing an ability to be able to love freely and beyond limits, to love with courage and faith. In fact, initiation for you now, dear one, is an opening to a new level of power and peace, self possession, and love. There are such sweet fruits waiting for you at the top of the tree you are currently climbing, and it may seem as though you are in a barren land at times with little hope, nourishment, or encouragement. Yet your spiritual oasis is not far away. The Divine Mother and the power of Ra and all set together are helping you grow. Stay focused in the Lady and her love for you, and you shall pass through the desert of initiation unharmed and deeply transformed. And this is a guided meditation if you'd like to take part in it. Since if you're in a safe spot and you're not going to be bothered or anything, I encourage you. And if not, you can just leave your eyes open and listen along. As you're resting quietly, go ahead and close your eyes. Become aware of a quiet, dark space within your heart that is peaceful and vast. Allow your awareness to travel within until you are aware of a light in the distance, far, far away. Travel towards that light and become aware of a great sun, shining so powerfully that if you kept traveling towards it, it would surely incinerate you. Despite the great sun's intensity, you feel drawn to its light and power, and you sense a divine presence within it, ancient and powerful. Suddenly, you feel a sweet coolness like a breeze fanning over you. You sense the wings of the Lady Allset around you, offering you protection and assistance. Feel her loving gaze and the protective cool barrier she creates between you and the powerful energy of the great sun. Using her wings, she holds out a large sacred golden plate before you, and upon that sacred plate you may place any struggle, questions, issue, or concern that you are ready to surrender to the divine wisdom of the great central sun, knowing it has power to consume and destroy any human issue with its great heat and nuclear power. Using your mind, you easily place any issue, thought, feeling, or concern that you are ready to release now on that sacred plate. Just imagine or intend to let it fire out of your mind onto the plate held by the lady. And once you've sent all that you wish to release to the sacred plate, the Divine Mother Allset winks at you, takes the plate in one arm, and then powerfully hurls it like a great golden disc right into the belly of the sun, where it's gobbled up and burns away effortlessly. Feel the lightness of your being as this release is completed. Allow the Lady Allset to guide your awareness back to your body and your heart by feeling her carrying you on the breeze of her divine wings until your awareness fully enters in through the crown of your head and sinks gently in your heart and then into your entire body. As you continue to keep your eyes closed, hear her whisper blessing of peace and reassurance to you from deep within. Winged Mother, protect me from the fiercest light, shelters me in cool sanctuary of her wings in flight, wraps me in safety of her compassionate peace, as with trust the portal of initiation I reach. I pass through the portal with trust complete. I now successfully attain this feat. Kepra 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 ra 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 tuma tuma tu kansu 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 arsemitoki shabu banana shimtruina hai arsemitoki shabu banana shimtruina hai arsemitoki shabu banana shimtruina hai abrada 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 abrada. um I'm gonna put that back into. I'm gonna put that there if you want to copy that down. But to answer Laura McLaughlin's questions, do you feel overwhelmed with so many different spiritual items around you? No, it's generally rather comforting to me. It doesn't seem like you have a lot of natural light. Does that impact you? Um, I shift energies. I shift energies, and that fluctuates. So, does it impact me in a negative way? No, no, no. I literally lived underground for 7 straight months. I didn't see the sun. I came up once, I think. I've done that before. So life keeps moving. That's how you can find your stability by. Oh, that's a great actual point. Mm. If you have a lack of nourishment, Do you change who you are? If you have a lack of um, sun, do you change who you are? If you have a lack of moonlight, does it change who you are because you're stuck in one element and you don't get another element? Does it change who you fundamentally are? That is a great question. And as I found upon the shamanic journey of initiation, of this shamanic initiation journey, that being able to be put in all of those situations and know when I've met my limits, I know what I'm capable of. If I'm not good to interact, then I'm not going to interact. I'm just going to do me. No qualms, no upset, no nothing like that. I know how to entertain me. I know how to keep my focus. We all have the ups and downs. The energy is going to rise, just it happens. But through that up and down kind of a system of energy that's been going through the world of inconsistency, that's where we become the stability and our regular pulse of who we are. It breaks anything that we are in or not in contact with, because in all reality, those two part that those that particle quantumly, those two particles, they always connected. They're always like, it doesn't matter the distance or anything. They always right next to each other. Great question. I appreciate that actually. Okay. Do you have any questions or anything on that accord, Abel? Before, oh wait, I had one other for you, Abel. There's one other card I did say I was going to do something and then didn't do that portion. Caught myself. Winged mother protects me from the fiercest light, shelters me in cool sanctuary of her wings in flight, wraps me in safety of her compassion and peace, as with trust the portal of initiation I reach. I pass through the portal with trust complete. I now successfully attain this feat. Boom. There you go, Abel. Just in case you want to copy and paste that. And as I was going through that initiation card, it came to me that there's an ally to assist you upon your journey. "21. Jizo Mozuzu." Now this is a savior who keeps watch over all. Work for the sake of others. Don't compare yourself to others. Find the good in yourself. Put in the effort and be sure to give yourself a break. When you're loved by a great many people, you handle even the most minor things with care, never taking shortcuts. You travel lightly to where your help is needed, wherever that may be, and you love nothing more than to take care of people to the point where it almost becomes a little too much. This is especially true of those at a disadvantage. You spare no effort to be of aid to those who are downtrodden. Now, this is a virtue you were born with, and it's also important to think of yourself and give yourself a treat from time to time. It's only when you have the capacity to take care of yourself that you can truly take care of others. I've been mentioning this for many days now previously. If you got to take care of yourself. If you're not doing good, the help you doing for other people, it might fit the problem for a moment, but it in the long run, it ain't helping nothing. Not truly. We got to. Anyways, then a deeper look of Jesus who appears in this world to save all things during the 5.67 billion year period after Shakyamuni Buddha's Parinirvana. He is illustrated here as he appears for the very first time in our world. The Shantanami gem he holds represents the golden fortune he created by the vast earth. It also represents life itself. Jizo Bosu is a Buddha who helps us in our in our time, who helps us in our time of need. He has traversed the six realms, offers salvation to living beings, and carefully observes our errors. Blessings are a washing away of past transgressions. On this initiation portion, Abel, everything in the past you feel guilty, fucked up about, you're done with it. It's the universe saying it's done. Karma said we're not paying that back or nothing. It's squash. It's done. Your initiation is your new beginning. Till the ending becomes the beginning. You reached your ending. That's why you're at a state of unfulfillment in your life. You reached all the mountaintops that you personally wanted to reach. And so now, because of that truth, reality, living true and according to divine law and order, which is your heart's, that divine law and order speaks to you through your heart. Because of doing that throughout your life, this initiation, and so don't worry about anything in the past that you've done. Let that created your character. It's not who you are, just created it. Now your character can free will operate. So let's play this mug. We got some abilities. Ooh, that was a nice one. Whatever it is you got in life. Fortune, happiness, and prosperity, and also enlightenment is the blessings that is given here. And so I'm going to type in the mantra, which is Om Ha 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 Vismariye Svaha. Om Ha 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 Vismariye Svaha. Om Ha 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 Vismariye Svaha. And that one is the mantra to connecting with that energy more and more so. Okay, are you here, Renee? Are you still here, Renee? Just let me know. And I want to give definitely a shout out and a huge thank you to all the moderators, for my friends, family, bros, and sisters, however you want to view, we go and flow. Thank you for your efforts. Somebody put in their Matre Pharaoh. Ha, great name. I'd put super mods. And yeah, y'all are awesome. Y'all are always, thank you. Renee, okay, super cool. And if you want to reach out to me, that's my personal email. There's been people creating accounts and things on Instagram and other channels pretending to be me And so, just let you know, I'm not going to be the first one to send you a message out of the blue. Not likely. But if you do have a question or do anything along those lines that you'd like to share or connect with, that's my email. Renee. All right, and I'm just gonna say that when I yesterday I had somebody, they asked me if I could just feel their energy, if I could connect to their energy, if I could just read them without a card being present. And that I wound up doing and had a positive result, and I've done that before. So if that's more of perhaps a connection that somebody wants, just that I do when I wind up calling a reading for you, because I already wrote some names down, and I don't mind doing that. Cool. Okay. Okay. Cool. I've got my my GoFundMe link connected to my main YouTube page. So if you click my name or the three dots or whatever, however the screen looks, if you go to my main page, it has a link to that, so you can make a donation or not. But I'm just doing readings for people. Um, so Renee, one thing that I popped out was magic and ritual. This is the card that jumped up for yourself. I pulled this card for myself before, and as I'm pulling this in this current reading, I'm going to exemplify the magic and the ritual as something that becomes a part of your life. Talks about that the effect in the external world can be created through the inner practice. Magic and ritual can support your divine path now in the physical world, and you are encouraged to enhance your power with regular practice or with regular working. The results that you experience will encourage you to continue with the practice as you grow in power, grace, love, ability, and wisdom, and apply your inner beauty to transform your outer world. Setting aside time is important. People want our time. Here's where I'm going to go off script. People want for you, Renee. Uh, people want our time. They want us to be consumed with whatever it is they need us to do. And when you're able to make a point in your life to where you actually tell other people no, you actually didn't just tell them no in the moment. You gave forward advancement. You said between this hour and this hour, I'm busy. I don't care what happens in your life. I'm busy. And when you say you're busy, that could be you doing whatever you want. Be it magic, be it ritual, be it practice, be it study, be it leisure, be it whatever entertainment it is, but something that is going to build your mind and connect with your heart, and being able to set that time aside. Teaching other people that you have boundaries where you never had them before is a great advantage in one's life. Now, if you've recently started sacred working, this oracle is confirmation that this is working well for you and that you should not try to give up. You should not give up if you're not seeing results that you had hoped for. They're coming for you fast. That regular time that's set aside for yourself creates that pulse and creates that frequency that you wind up becoming. Evie, I found it. I found it and got it out of there. I was feeling it too. I didn't see when you issued, but I don't know what energy I'm picking up from this live chat, but it's giving me a nervous anxiety. I found I popped that out. And Renee, I've got another card for you here. This is Fudor Mayo. It's the leader of the Wisdom Kings and the incarnation of Dainichi Naorai. Now others are drawn to your power. Realize what true consideration is, and don't be swayed. That's something coming up again. There's people team to like to sway you into what they like. And he knows this. The divines know this, and they're going to help you bring in that balance. You're not on your own on this. You possess a fierce heart that stands firm and is not easily swayed, coupled with a strong will to take action. You often take the initiative, letting your actions speak for you. Now, this may cause others to find you intimidating at first glance, but you are also loyal, always considerate, and kind to others. They say that truly kind people also possess strength, and in your case, you possess a real strength that allows you to fully see your decisions through with your feet planted firmly on the ground. For Lol Mayo is the incarnation of Dainichi Naorai, full of righteous anger. In his left hand he holds a Kensaku rope to capture things. He uses it to pull us close and guide us on the correct path. The sharp sword in his right hand is used to cut away thoughts of darkness. Furdo Mayo may look frightening with his expression of rage, but he is actually a very kind wisdom king who cares for humanity. Of the 13 deities who care for us in the afterlife, he is in charge of the seventh day, meaning that he is the first Buddha who is by our side when we pass. The blessings is a warding against disasters, the inner virtue which clears the path to enlightenment and recovery from illness. And I'm going to copy down the mantra here, because if you would like to start or add any to that sacred ritual working, this would be something most definitely that you could use and utilize. I usually write it down on a piece of paper, something I can keep with me everywhere in my pocket, and I can just go over whenever I want to during the day or anything, and in time I wind up memorizing it without even trying to. And then whenever I need to say, whenever I feel like I need that kind of little pick me up, then boom, I go ahead, I speak the mantra, and I didn't even have to, I just remembered it because I made it a part of my regular day life. I'll tell you another thing too, for those who feel like, oh, I'm pronouncing it wrong or whatever the case. Any of these words, you can type in any of those single words in that mantra, and you can look up Indian meaning of that word, Namaha. It's going to give you that meaning. So you can literally look up each meaning for each of those old words and actually know what the sound is actually generating. Which gives it even much more power when one does what I did in my beginning. That's what I did. So in adding this will really bring a lot of benefit. Stephanie Howard. I'm in Michigan myself. Very cool. I'm just looking back up at the comments and I was trying to see. Nicholas. Oh, Nicholas. Well, yeah, bro. I'll go. I'll do you a reading. I just saw your comment. I strolled back up. Are you still here, Nicholas? I'm gonna check back with him. I got the others to do readings for. Don't worry, I'm not gonna lose that. What's up, Evie? All right, Nicholas. Yeah, I got you, bro. I don't mean to make anybody like slide last or anything, but if you're serious about making a donation, I scrolled up and saw there, and if you're serious about making a significant donation, dude, I'll definitely throw your reading down. Um, I mean, we all benefit from a reading, but what was Evie's weird request? Um, GoFundMe would be great. The GoFundMe would be wonderful. That'd be great. Oh, wow, you want me to do a reading for myself? Wow, okay, that's a weird request. I'm reluctant to say yes. I don't read myself. I just experience things and there was great question. Great question. I will respond to that question when an answer generates in me. Ooh, okay. Um, okay, okay. Okay, I know we got readings to do, and I want to do a reading for Nicholas. Nicholas, how much time do you have? I don't want you to go away and like not get a reading, that's for sure. And I've got 8 people that I wrote down already, but these are just free, not likely, but anyways, like, but if there's like, if you're making that kind of donation, shoot, I could eat better for the month, and I'll be happy to do that. So I'll do your reading, like, but just let me know. Very welcome, Renee. Going back real quick, I did see your comment Forsaken, and I'm gonna go ahead and mention it. He said, Cetra, I believe you've helped me in some way. Ever since coming across your live, things have changed for the better, it seems. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. So this one, I'm just kind of deviating for the moment. This is what winds up happening. I've noticed this before. This is the primary reason why I do this every day. Your experience for Forsaken Kings is essentially in my connections with the Divine Mother, those who have a genuine connection and come within that field of awareness, and they're there too. She's able to assist. She's able to work that goodness, and truly, what I've found is it's she's helping me learn how to help my human family, because everything I I see what the results are is what she did with me, and how she helped me, and paying attention, that is just kind of what happens. And somehow that presence and that being there for each other every single day, just in some capacity, like you said, in some way. I don't know. I don't got a definitive stamp or answer. It's not because I sold a product or anything like that, or you bought a product or anything like that, or so, to the amount of abundance that we can create for each other on a positive vibrational frequency, so that everybody in this world sees a new age, a new wonderful beginning. Okay, Nicholas, thanks. Okay, cool. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Nicholas had said he's not going anywhere, so I'm gonna do that. Bro, you look like the Agautis from India, classless royal. Very true. Very true. I've been to a Hindu temple, Hindu temples, and I've literally had people come up in America, and I had people come up to me and they said, "Bro," they didn't say "bro," but in their own way, they were like, "You look like somebody that we'd see in our country, in our home back in India," and I'm like, they were like, they were happy to see me, and like I was so happy to hear from them, and tribal tribal is global, bro. All right, I'm gonna jump on to our next reading here. Let me write down Nicholas here. Now I am doing readings slash just reading energy, connecting with heart, as well. So we got Abel Campo, we got Renee, Evie, and there Evie. I put me last. Okay, I put me last. There's your answer, Evie. I'll go ahead and give myself a reading. It's probably not going to be a super long reading or nothing. But we'll do what comes up and however it flows. I'm pretty sure you're here, Evie. And so I'm going to pull a couple cards for you. Here's a reality in my head, bro. I don't want to be the construct of somebody's. If they want to see me that way, that's fine. I'll be it. I'll be whatever you want me to be. I ain't trying to reflect no Jesus Yeshua person. And Christ was not a name. It was crazy of the consciousness. This is speaking a state of the consciousness, not a fucking person. He was just the last one to reach that state of consciousness, to connect with source, with my fellow God, with my fellow neighbor, with someone who's human, that's resonated with their chakras and their energy and their enlightenment and their degree of understanding, to resonate a field of harmony. I am me. And me is a combination of others. Those Bible stories, those Indian stories, those Egyptian stories, the Norse stories, the ancient Japanese stories, all of that. There's a little bit of me there, there's a little bit of me there, there's a little bit of me there, there's a little bit of me there. I'll pull myself all back together. I am a unique incarnation in this lifetime, just as you are. And if I can help you connect with your pineal gland and awaken your third eye by uniting the left and right hemisphere of your brain, which is feminine and masculine, you put those together and you can have that Christos mindset. You can have that Krishna consciousness. State of consciousness. That's the next evolution of man. For us to evolve our state of being, of consciousness. All right, Evie, flower of life. Now, I want to make mention that there are some people who I've done multiple readings for. And I don't remember everybody because, well, I don't have faces and whatnot in front of me, and so it's a different kind of an experience. However, if I wind up giving you the same reading that you got before, it means you ain't done nothing different. I don't do readings for myself because I know what I have to work through. I know what's in front of me of the day-to-day tasks, duties, spiritual things that are actually going to accelerate my progress, that are going to move me forward. And so repetitive readings are just the state that you have not chosen to move forward. And so a reading doesn't do you any good. It takes the activity of your own life to move forward. Readings are good to see where you are so that you can actually like advance. But it takes our action to do it. There was this one time I don't normally do myself readings, but I did this. I was really not doing good, and I was really worried at this one juncture in my life. And I did a reading. And then I kept worrying the next day, and I did another reading, and I got the same cards. I'm talking about from 4, 5, 6 different decks of cards. I'm pulling the same freaking cards out. Screw cleaning the cards or anything like that. Like, I'm getting the same fucking reading. I did it a third day, a fourth day, a week later. I'm getting the same reading. You know why I got the same cards popping out at me? was because I didn't change my actions. I had to change my actions. And so I would do something and think I did something, and boom, I changed my actions, so that should have changed something. So I'm going to do another reading for myself. And then I get the same reading. And then, like, I change my actions, I do something different because I'm trying to affect the situation. And I get the same reading. What's going on? And the reality was the time for all that stuff to happen. I already done all the work I needed to. I'm waiting. I was just waiting for the next stage to happen. I was just waiting for that part of my life to happen. The energy wasn't in the room, the season wasn't ripe for things to grow. So I was just literally toiling my thumbs, waiting. And I had no responsibility or no, I shouldn't have been worrying. I shouldn't have been worrying. I should have just been patiently waiting the whole time. Those kind of things. Anyways, this one's for you, Evie. Flower of life. Divine creativity and manifestation. You're entering a fertile period of your life. Focus on your innate creativity and how potent this is becoming, and watch it rapidly grow. You are guided to think of yourself as a creative being and to surrender your control over how things will manifest and instead allow them to do so. Don't resist change, instead, flow and let it happen. And now is the time for your blossoming. In hungering for creativity and manifestation, to witness it, to live it in your physical world too, much of your spiritual energy is directed into creative process, and your creative powers are growing fast now. As you are gaining more potency in your creative flow, it is important that you use this growing ability wisely. Become aware of how easily and quick your thoughts and feelings are manifesting into conversations, situations, and responses from the universe. Notice how quickly your prayers are confirmed through signs and dreams, intuitions, and opportunities opening up for you as you're becoming more and more swiftly that which you choose to think, feel, speak, and believe. And Evie, on this, I'm kind of deviating from the cards. I am deviating from the cards. Though you are a very enlightened being, and you are very wise, whether you see it or recognize it or not. And I can make that observation simply from the way you formulate your questions on the chat log and stuff. Very, your mind can calculate things, whether easily or not. Your mind is a good calculator. This is why I do a lot more, a lot less responding and reacting, and much more considering in my own being, is because I know that what I choose to be emotional upon in that moment, I'm in a state of active creation. Okay? For me personally, I'm always resonating this energy. I'm always in a trance state. This is who I am. This is my natural state of being. So if I activate emotions, then I'm going to start actively creating. That creation is going to turn into manifestation. Guaranteed it's going to happen. That's why I'm patient to react, because I need to take in those elements. Now, for you personally, as you take in these elements, you're trying to gather all the details, but in life, as I mention regularly, these details are not naturally handed to you. They're not given to you. People are going to hide these details. They don't tell you these details. Why? Because it's their ace in the hole. It's their fucking card up their sleeve. They're not going to give that to you. That's how they've been able to make it through life. It's not that they're being a dick. That's just survival of the fittest kind of shit we've been living with throughout our world, anyways. So I want to formulate. I want to look at what people aren't showing me. I want to see the gap between the steps, and I want to realize what was supposed to be there. There was another step there. Okay, let me fill in the blank. Now the fucking walkway is correct. I can walk from this old way of thinking, and I can see the correct image as I walked across it. Now I know what's going on. And so I am feeling inclined to say, leave in your psyche of calculations, of absorbing information, leave in your psyche a room for an unknown variable. Be aware that there's an unknown variable in any given situation. And that's what you're looking for. That's why all your questions formulate the way that they do, because your mind's putting together information. The question is filling in the blank. But at some juncture, people are going to give you either a blank or false information. And if you plug that in, well, it's not a walkway anymore. We thought it was something else, so we don't even go near it because we got the whole wrong construct. So keeping that within your field of awareness as you proceed in life will bring a great benefit to you. Okay. Any questions or anything, Evie, before I move on? Yo, Jordan Welsh. Good to have you here. Good to meet you. Saw some comments. Appreciate that. Okay, cool. Oh, Jojo Ombot. You would think that the unknown variables in any given situation should be common sense. Um, though I found in our world there is not such a thing as common sense. It's actually rare sense. It's not common anymore. It's rare. That's why we got to like search through people and be like, do you got some actual sense in you? Ha! Cool. Okay. Last few people, I don't know what they got, but it wasn't that. uh, Jordan, when you put third eye buzzing, I was like, my third eye was like, yeah, I could feel you. And then I started sensing you. I was like, whoa, good connection. You're pretty strong, buddy. This is what teaming up in this world is about. There's making the connections, the collective consciousness more actually like fused and created. That's what we're creating. We're adding to that collective consciousness. We're giving it life. We're giving it structure, and each individual, our own frequency is a connection, a neural connection. All is one, most definitely, bro. Just do that. Make that there. Boom, boom. All right, next we've got. Uh, great comments, great comments. Oh, I love weed. Good old Mary Jane. I need to re up, but I got this guy. I got the next reading to move on to. It's just let me know if you're. Oh, I'm pretty sure you're here, Stronger Seth. Um, the next reading is for you, and rolling Rolling Lad said, "What happened to jousting lists on the lake?" Uh, I went the whole shamanic path. I went the monk path. It shifted. I still got my sword. Well, I should say I had to buy another one, but boom, boom, got my sword, real sword. I'll put it in the chat log here, but the company's name is Albion, and they make historically correct swords. They are no cheap thing. If you want to get into learning the real thing or having something that would hold up, their historical accuracy is amazing. Just Google that there. But I had to walk away from that whole nightly course of action of fighting in the armor, all that weight, and I had to go with my staff. I had to go on the magical side, and then I used those magical techniques through all that nightly martial arts that I learned. Okay, I see what that's saying to me, saying to you. Okay, here's the message, Stonger. And if I'm pronouncing that wrong, just let me know. I'll correct that. Alright, so Stonger, there's a brother in darkness within your world. What do I mean, brother in darkness? There's an individual and they have good intentions. They Everything they have to share and give and offer is of pure intent. It truly is. But your course of journey has entered a realm beyond their own. What they're actually connected to, where their values are actually holding on to, that's the past. They're in darkness as you're entering light. So their counsel is what's going to become distractive, is what is distractive, is what is causing a mix up of things of what you've been experiencing. Just things have been off. When you are able to identify this individual, and I had to go through that myself in my past, and it took some time for me to be able to look at it. And man, the dude I thought was like friend, buddy. As much as I wanted to keep being their friend, they held on to an old system of thinking, and I'm moving. I didn't start there in life, and I'm not finishing there. I'm moving. And so I had to keep moving forward. I couldn't contend with him, or I couldn't spend my attention and time, my thoughts on debating his doubts. His doubts did not belong to me. His disbeliefs did not belong to me. I've had a different experience. When you're able to do this in your life, and this I want to bring out this could be any, this could be a literal person, or this could be particular entertainment you're taking in. When I mention a channel of life, a person is a channel because they're usually vibing a certain energy. a certain nature, a certain mood, a certain aspect is a channel of life. Yes, we got TV channels, but like to me, life outside of the television world, what channel are you going to tune into? There's lots of ones of what's going to create who you are. Now, when you're able to tune out of the wrong channel, when you're able to realize that channel was no longer helping you, in the past it was, but not anymore. This is going to move you to soul retrieval, deep soul healing, because you're going to be able to see the truth within yourself. You're going to be able to connect with aspects of your own qualities in which you either A, had not noticed, or B, had not been supported to do so in the past. Somebody full of doubt, somebody on the other track, somebody not seeing says, no, 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 that ain't worth it, that ain't real, that ain't good, don't worry about that. Just like the mind. I get this feeling in my heart says I want some tea, so my hand reaches for the tea. It proceeds to bring the tea to my mouth, and then my mind says, nah, I'm good. And then I put the tea down. I allowed somebody else's fucking thought to stop what my heart wanted. No thank you, I'll take my cup. As you do that, you're going to be able to find your values. Your values are going to be able to encapsulate your soul and truly everything that you are containing to living one vibrational energy. That's your love, that's your joy, that's who you just naturally are. Without obstruction. Without obstruction. In this state, regularly I speak about creating a pulse within your life, a beacon, something that happens every single day of your life that you're resonating as, and this is what is creating your frequency, this is what is affecting your environment. So without that brother in darkness, with your soul completely retrieved, then that's when you come into the abundance of Sothis, which is essentially stellar blessings of the celestial goddess of abundance. Because at that point, your resonance is bringing in the abundance. It's creating, it's transmuting the environment before it without even your understanding or knowing. This is what your soul is naturally creating. Down under Chinabel. Whoa, what's up, Katrina? How long does it take to change my outfit? I answer this one regularly, but I'm getting faster at it. Uh, uh, not long, 5 minutes. All right. Next is for and Stronger. Before I move on, Seth, did you have any questions or anything like that um, before I move on? And Symes, Portugal, are you here? Are you still here? I'm gonna presume that Symes, Portugal. See if you're here. I'll give it a moment. Okay, I'm gonna say no. Um, is Willie Metal? Is Willie Metal still here? Yeah, I'll put you on there, Imahotep. I gotcha. Okay. Is Aaron MC here? That would be Aaron MC. MC something. There's more to it, Aaron. See if he's still here. Alright, I got you written down, Imhotep. And I got you written down, Josie, for reading. Boom. Alright. I know Vades Dolores is still here. So you're next. You're next, Vades. Gotcha. Most definitely. See you around. See you around. Thank you, Jordan Welsh. I appreciate it. Cool, cool. Have a great day. And anti-hero, I'll write you down. I'm going in lists as I write them. And I do go off script and all that good stuff anyways. So anti-hero, got you written down there. Whoa. Whoa, really, bro? Stronger? Yeah, that's cool, bro. Well, I'm going to, Venice Dolores will get, you're next. I'm going to do that for you next. Boom, might as well do that. Stronger, okay, so like, Stronger had mentioned, he said, never had a reading before. It was very accurate, and I'm kind of like shaken. Come down to Indiana anytime you want. Ha, that's cool, bro. So like, the way I learned to do readings, I'm happy that I've come to how I've been able to do them and all that good stuff, and I'm happy for the positive results. That's it's interesting how accurate these things can be, and to me, it's not something scary. It's confirmation of our connectedness. We are connected beyond wires. We are not puppets. We do not need to be plugged in to a device. We are biological consciousness that can formulate quantum occurrence. That's a fucking god if we can consider a god to be a god. Holy shit. And this is something that continually is awe-inspiring of my journey. The results stay consistently accurate, and I know that when that happens, it changes people's lives as much as it changed my life, as I needed that information for what I needed at that particular moment. All right, Venice Dolores, let me jump to yours. I know you're waiting here. What was that? Leslie. Leslie, I'm writing your name down. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people before you. And I'm just doing readings and chatting, of course, along the path, and just intuitively connecting as well. And for anybody getting a reading, there's no charge for it. But if you are capable and considered enough, I do have a GoFundMe connected to my channel. So if you just click my image or go to my main YouTube page, it right there on my info has a link to my GoFundMe page, and any donation would be awesome. I appreciate it. If you do want to connect, any other reason or whatever, share anything, whatnot, here is my email. Boom, boom. And you can definitely email me. That's the one. Interesting. You've made some progress in your life, Dolores. Can I call you D? I call you D. Like my staff is named D. For like doctor. Dolores. It's cool. It's a good name. Oh yes, yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is D. I just D for Durga and Doctor. The Divine Mother is essentially like. All right, we'll go a little off script here. So this staff, I carved in the runes, the Egyptian hieroglyphs, the ancient Japanese Kuji-in hieroglyphs are right there. I did all that work myself. D came together, has literally energy. You can literally put a device up to this and you can literally register energy coming off of the head of my staff. Legit. Like, and there's no batteries plugged into it either. And this started allowing me to really have an influence into the world like I never had, a connection like I never had before. And when a lot of people ask me who I am and stuff like that, and you could take it or leave it, but I'm like, in my core, I am the Divine Mother and her protectress, re-embodied. I am Sekhmet re-embodied. And Durga, specifically through that form, she connected with me and she generated the creation of the staff, which has all the friends, all the closest friends of her husband, Ra himself, channel right through this being. The Divine Mother, who you are on the inside, your qualities and your values, is what the Divine Father protects. For each one, you are Divine Father and you are Divine Mother. To develop those qualities, to resonate with them within, and to have something, a divine to connect with, It wasn't something I just spontaneously picked a number or a name out of a hat. It was this series of events of the Divine Mother. She came through me as I read here from Allset and otherwise. And in truth, this is all coming right back directly to yourself, Dolores. Indeed, love the timing because this card came up for you. This card essentially represents the indwelling intelligence, the unconditioned state of the indwelling intelligence. Your ability to return to this state allows you to maneuver in life without getting the bumps and the hiccups that most other people do. It's what's protected you, and you following your heart has helped you make this advancement. Now, these qualities are something, the underlying principle here is perseverance in the identification with the indwelling intelligence in thought, speech, and action is the substance of self-knowledge, which is essential for the individual's achievement of unity in her personal and social life. In her personal and social life, the her of yourself, not of another person. Not changing who you are, acknowledging the feminine portion of the brain, the masculine portion of the brain. Now, this is essential for the individual's achievement in her personal and social life. Health and prosperity are achieved thereby. That health and that prosperity is truly like, it is the product of knowing and connecting inside to who one is rather than responding as someone views us to be in a singular being. That you're just mom, that's the role of mom. Now, shit, I'm a lot more than mom. Holy crikey, if you could see all the labels people put on me in my life. What do I need to become? Now, in receiving this reading, you are being reminded to renew your experience of your true self. Now, there is a concern of identifying with a conditioned state of your person, thus limiting your potential to unify yourself with the world. The book knowledge regarding the knowledge of the self is not enough. You must stop your thoughts and thus achieve or renew your experience of your own self as the consciousness that is conscious of being conscious. Now, this will shift the balance point of your being to Hiru, Horus, which is biased towards the self, and allow you to be in the world, but not of it. Now, this equilibrium is a major prerequisite for the manifestation of wise intuitions and spiritual power. You are also reminded that social unity is the source of the greatest power and good in mankind. This unity does not come about through the coming together of people. It results from the resolution of their differences into complementary and supplementary relationships. Anywhere in life you find disunity, strive for unity. We got all types of things clinking and ticking along to make sure things are moving along steadily. And there's another card for you, Dolores. This one is Guzanze Mayo. And he can look pretty fierce. He is a wisdom king who defeats the three poisons. Relinquishing your self-thoughts, relinquishing your need for things, and also thinking about what you want and who you want to do things for. Finding a balance with those whose way of thinking is different from yours. Really bringing out, if you find disunity, if you find all things separated, bring in some unity. Make things balance out a bit. And come and find a balance with those whose way of thinking is different from yours. Find a common ground with them. I don't care who it is in this world. Guess what? We both suffered in some way. Your heart's been hit somehow, some way. We all experience that. So no matter how strong somebody may want to be, they always are carrying around a huge weakness right with them. Well, that weakness needs to be cared and tended to and taken care of. And so by being considerate, by being thoughtful of one's own, how are you doing? Oh, I'm doing good. No, not how are you doing. Like, how's your heart doing? How's your thoughts? Those, like, really connecting. And generally something so plain out, man, people are like, they put up a stop. It's a block. And that's why just being a brother, being a sister, being a family member of some sort in that kind of mindset, in that heart being, we're going to find out what those things are, and those are going to be smoothed over quite effectively. And it doesn't matter what the difference is after that, because we know we got our own problems. And if we come back together, we know, hey, life's going to be better after that. So I'd rather go hang out with him rather than that other stuff. Can create some real positive things in life. Now, you might be exceedingly capable and able to handle various jobs at once, but you might not also be a little selfish from time to time. Do people really want those things that you think you're doing for the sake of others? Take a step back and look at the whole picture objectively. Try to put yourself in their shoes. You cannot change people just because they think differently to you. Recognize the good points in others and find a way to walk with them, not control them. Gozanze Mayo is the incarnation of Ashuku Naorai, full of righteous anger. The name Gozanze refers to three worlds, the past, present, and future, where he quashes the three poisons for the sake of humanity. The three poisons are attachment, aversion, and ignorance. This Gozanze Mao erases our thoughts of darkness and helps us to quell our anger. He also possesses the ability to defeat demons with the incredible strength that Wisdom Kings are known for. I'm going to type the mantra here so that if you feel like you're lacking in this quality or the ability to be able to kind of bring things together, and you are seeking a spiritual path, then this is a legit mantra. You can look up these words, the meanings of them. And they have direct meaning and correlation to exactly what I mentioned just now in that description. And there it is right there. And that will also connect you to the ability to stop your thinking process. That is a very hard thing to do. In mantras, they help us stop our thinking process. Why? Because number one, it's in another language, so you can't think about it. So you're saying words that have meaning, they have a resonance, they have energy when they're spoken in harmony and when the body speaks them. but the mind has nothing to think about. That's where you want to be on the meditation level. That's exactly where you want to be. You want to stop incoming thoughts by choosing which tool to pull out. If I've got a problem in life, all I got to figure out which mantra, which one do I gotta connect with, which one, boom, I read that one, that energy's active, and I'm connected, following my intuition, and that guidance gets me through to wherever I gotta be. Okay. That is Dolores. If you have any questions or anything like that, feel free to ask. Put it in the chat. Otherwise, is Alicia still here? If Alicia's still here, just leave a message. Put something in the chat log there. Sweet. Very welcome. Very welcome. Jojo Umbat said, I tell myself all day I'm not my thoughts yet. Here we are. They laughed too. Oh, that's great. Super welcome, Dolores. Uh, Vibeless. We've got a few people ahead of you, but you're on the list. Boom, boom. Vibeless, got you written down here. And so I'll mention your name, and at the time just mention it. Alicia, though. Alicia, are you still here that wanted a reading? Let me know. Put a message in there. If not, we'll move on. Oh, you are here. I see you there, Alicia Miller. Boom, boom, you are here. Okay, cool. There was something I wanted to mention, something I wanted to respond to, something I saw before we move on to the next reading. I see Nietzsche. I think that's Nietzsche. I think you meant Nietzsche. F9120 said, "Is there a mantra that can help heal others? I'd like to heal a stranger." There's more information I would need to give to answer that properly. Hold one moment. Um, okay, Jojo Umbat. Okay, here's what's going on. Okay, Jojo Umbat. But Keokola. I feel like I'm sucking out people's energy when I'm with them, so I isolate myself from most people because I don't want to be that person, but I think I am. I don't know. I've never actually had anyone tell me that, but I'm quite curious if they feel that way too, or if it's just in my head. Um, and then like Keokola was essentially, yeah, like y'all were agreeing, saying the same thing, y'all were like feeling the same resonance on those energies, right, Night? Okay, so here's what I do, and here's what you do, and here's what we are doing. This is a new age of these spiritual masters who don't know they're spiritual masters, all right? We go somewhere. Now, there's the negative sort, but they got a bad heart. They got bad intentions. That's different. If you got bad intentions, you're not part of what I'm talking about. If you got good intentions, if you got no intentions, if you're just trying to be a positive individual, then this is more appropriate. This, what I'm about to say, would apply to you. Okay. We are you know that square trap they throw out and it opens up in Ghostbusters and lets the light out and the ghost goes into the trap and then goes in canister, or whatever, however they got that go, right? The trap thing. We, trick or treat motherfucker, are the trap. We're a resonating, generating force, and the whole world got spirits that have from people that lived, that got killed in wars or other atrocities, and their bodies just fucking massively burned, wild, pan-bird, whatever. Their soul is fucking never moved on, was never had a shaman or any being come and work with it. Stuck. You ever been stuck somewhere and not able to talk to anybody and not able to get any help? Shit gets worse and worse, don't it? And a good person can look real bad after long enough being stuck like that. This new wave of individuals, godlike beings, quantum jumping people, however you want to see yourself, we are vacuums because we have past incarnations and our chakras, our energy centers are kicking and popping. And we pulling out all the darkness. We pulling out all. We put every little spirit is sucking up to us. I'll give you a home. I'll help you move on. I'll do the ceremony. I'll do the jam, so you're not stuck on this world. Sorry you were stuck. There's a vast amount of cleaning up world we got to do of the dead across this whole planet that every man dread. But you ain't no man. You divine incarnate being. Some people want to say demons or devils. It's all divine. They all got a role. One's a negative polarity, one's a positive polarity. They work together. If they didn't work together, matter would have no coming together. It'd just be a bunch of dust. Some melted things just having no real life. And so the places I've went to, I have had other people make the very comment about myself, and I have felt the very same reality about myself as if I was collecting the energy that was there. You weren't taking energy from somebody. You weren't stealing anything. You weren't doing anything bad. You're actually doing a good thing. You actually can feel the dark matter coming into your presence. You're actually moving dark energy. You're moving dark matter with dark energy, and you don't even know it. This is what I had to wake up to my own reality of being and doing. And when I accepted it and believed it, but I know I'm still much human. I know I'm still in the world. I need to respect, proper things in life. Can't go all fucking nuts or anything, right? All right, let's move forward. Alicia was here. Alicia was doing a reading for you. All right. Alright, this one is for Alicia. And number 1, Dainichi no Orai. Om Vajra Ratruvam. Your decisions are correct. Only you can decide your path, create something new, and accept yourself for who you are. You have certainly come far. Your life is your own. No one else can make choices for you. No one can force you to do anything, and you cannot force others, even if no one else has done it before. If you believe in your path, then you should walk it. While there is comfort in the familiar, there is no need to follow the crowd. Create something the world has never seen and become a pioneer. Of the Buddhas, Nyorai, Bodhisattvas, the Bosatsu, the Wisdom Kings, Myo, and heavenly deities, Tenbu, only the Buddhas have reached true enlightenment. Of the 5 compassionate Buddhas, Dainichi Nyorai, Ashoka Nyorai, Hosho Nyorai, Amida Nyorai, and Fuku Jojur Nyorai, Dainichi Nyorai is the highest and most exalted, poised atop the throne of the lion. All life is born from Dainichi Nyorai, and his work is said to be greater than the sun itself. While each of the Buddhas depicted in this oracle has its own unique face and form, they are all incarnations of Dainichi Nyorai. Right now, at this very moment, in many ways and in many forms, Dainichi Nyorai comes to you with help and guidance. The blessings is wisdom to your prana, being granted what you desire. And I'm going to put in the mantra here, Om Vajra Dhatu Vam. Om Vajra Dhatu Vam. Om Vajra Dhatu Vam. The second card was Yakushi no Arai. Very interesting for these two to pop out. Om Huru Huru Kandali Matangi Svaha. Om Huru Huru Kandali Matangi Svaha. Looking for the cause of your troubles, both physical and psychological. Know that you are protected. Take time to relax and find medicine for your soul. You are in a protected space. Take the time you need to heal without worry. And if you feel like something is wrong, be it physically or spiritually, try to look for the cause. Pushing yourself to go about your daily life as if nothing is wrong will eventually lead to stress and strain. Seek the cause and the solution of the early stages, in the early stages. For illness, that requires physical medicine. See your doctor. However, keep in mind that it's also important to find your own kind of medicine for the soul to help you feel better spiritually. The color of the sky is just before daybreak is known as lazulin, a deep and bright blue light of Yakushi no Orai, pure and crystal clear. It is a great luminosity which surpasses even the sun and the moon. It floods in all directions, illuminating every single thing, including the darkest of dark spaces. In his hand he holds a medicine jar filled with the 12 potions to cure all of our ills from the physical to the spiritual. Yakushi no Orai also provides us with comfortable garments to wear. He is like a trusted family doctor, carefully watching over humanity every day. And the blessings is health and a warding against anxiety. I'm going to put that mantra in the chat log as well so that you can have it. Om Huru Huru Kandali Matangi Svaha. Om Huru Huru Kandali Matangi Svaha. Om Huru Huru Kandali Matangi Svaha. Got that in there too. Now, in accepting who you are and creating something new, when I got into spirituality the first time, or yeah, I should say more so towards the beginning, I found out that the blue hour is a very, very real and very powerful thing to begin working with. The blue hour comes right before the rise of the sun, and it's like right before sunset and then right after sunset. It's like one or the it's like it flips back and forth, but you can actually pull it up. The blue hour. Look into the blue hour. Pull that up. Make note of that. It lasts for a short window, right along with sunrise and sunset. And if you can go over your blessings, your prayer, your states of creation, your meditation during that time of the blue hour, both beginning and ending of the day, your connection is astronomically intensified and on point. That's why they say it came out of the blue, because it was the blue hour. That's when that information can flow the fastest without distraction and clear communication. So be aware of those two time periods in any type of meditation or working you're doing. And I would just throw out there on top of the things mentioned to bring out aligning with that's going to bring in some definite advantages. And before I move on to divine Anastasia, I think I printed divine. I know your name's different. You put it Anastasia, but divine. If you're here, let me know. But I'm pretty sure you are. Just put a message in the chat log, and then boom, we got you next. Um, but if you have any questions, Alicia, or anything like that, please go ahead and let me know. Yo, what's up, Aquadome Champ? I'm in Michigan myself. Kayak Cola is making love with low vibrational person can make you sick. If you are moving forward in your alignment, that question, the answer should be obvious. That answer should be obvious. You're trying to what I see in your question is that you want something. You desire something, and you're trying your best to allow this into your life, but your heart knows it's no good for you. You already know the answer to your question. The validation of me or anybody else is not going to help your situation. It's what's going to help you is following what you know, and what you know is your heart. Your heart is your soul, and your soul is saying, this is causing problems, bro, don't do it. And your flesh is like, I'm an animal, I like it, I want it. So if you want to grow, then you must grow, and if you want to stay where you are, well, you will stay where you are. And that's to each one's own determination. That's why I urge people to make a dedication, not to me, not to God, a dedication to yourself, that you're going to follow you and you're going to honor your heart. You're going to use the sword that you have within your very being. Honesty, the truth. Let the chips fall where they are. That was the sword that cut through all the bullshit, all the lies, all the pretending. I just, blah, just spit it out. Deal with it, because if you don't, it shows me you're a coward, like I knew you were from the start. You weren't strategizing a moment to survive. You were a true coward from revealing who you were, thus hiding your intentions, thus manipulating me to do some bidding of yours. Fuck off. Fuck off! Not you personally, but the other person. You know what I'm saying? The other, for you to have that asked of you. Okay, I didn't see a response. There is Divine here, Divine and Adasia. I know your name was longer. And then Nicholas, if you're still here, bro, I hope you are. But you're next after Divine. Let's see if she. I think she's here, or they're here. I don't think they left. Hello, Alec from Scotland. What's up? What's up? I am a shaman. I think Divine took off. If I see from you, if I get a response, I might say it. Are you still here, Nicholas? Pretty sure you said you'd still be here for a bit. Let's see. Take care of y'all. Is Nicholas here? But actually, that was actually a good joke, Sam, because I looked at your response and I was like, did Nicholas like sign in as a different account? Well, thank you, Clip. Yeah, we got you written down. All right, let me know, Nicholas, if you're here. I'll keep an eye out for you. Like, as for Divine there. Hopefully he'll pop up. I know he wanted one. All right, I'm not seeing Nicholas here. I know Emo to. Oh, you are Catfight? Are you? Are you sure? I'll write you down, Kaiser. I got you. I got a few other people. Some people leave, some people stay. We'll see. Catfight. Are you really Nicholas? Vibeless next. Well, we got Vibeless listed here, but I got a few other individuals. Okay, Imhotep, you here, aren't you? Okay, fair enough. We'll do that. You hear Imhotep? I know you are. Maybe you took off. I gotta hit the people on my list though, if they're actually genuinely here. Josie, are you here? I've got four other people to go through to mention through. Are you here, Josie? If you are, let me know. We'll do a reading for you next. If not, I'll move on to the next individual. Adrian, is there someone? I don't see anybody with a tag name Adrian that made a comment. Yes, you are, but you're lagging. Okay. Oh, okay, okay, gotcha, Gregory. Yes, I can do that. I'll write Adrian down. Cat fight. Seriously though, if you want me to do a reading for you, then you need to say you want a reading. I can't. I need to. Uh, Doing a reading connects me with an individual, so I can't have somebody playing a game or a joke or metaphorically speaking saying, do a reading for Nicholas, who's everybody. No, Nicholas is a very specific individual who said they wanted a reading, and I was trying to connect with him, and spiritual stuff. You do want one. Okay, cool, I got you. I got you, Adrian. We'll do one for you. I got you lined up there. Okay, cool. Okay, our next reading, now this one is for Imhotep specifically, but we will all benefit from this one. The Chariot of Ascension. Now, your Merkaba is essentially your astral vehicle. People think about, traveling or whatever like that spiritually and stuff like that, but they don't think about protection. Just like, I'm going to fly somewhere. I don't want to just fly somewhere. I'd rather have you like a shell outside of me so I'm protected in case I hit something or something wants to be attracted to my presence. And so the Chariot of Ascension is very, very, very important. And in case you're wondering, it's tea today. Get back to coffee soon enough. I'm serious. I don't care. I've been down to freaking um, uh, New Mexico, and I walked. I'm not. This is not a joke. This is no joke. New Mexico, middle of July, New Mexico. I walked 7 miles to this place called Tomei Hill. The first time I didn't take anything to drink, I didn't take anything to eat. I took a whole bunch of spiritual materials, and oh, that one was rough, but I made it back 7 miles back and up to the peak. Second time I went out, I took I took hot coffee. I'm up there. It's 90 plus, 100-degree plus, whatever weather, middle of the freaking desert, July, and I'm on top of this huge hill, and I'm drinking hot coffee, and I'm enjoying it. I love coffee. Like, and if it's hot, the body's going to absorb it a lot faster and do something with it quicker. If it's cold, the body has to warm it up, has to do a whole bunch of extra work to heat that shit up, so that heat that food up so that you can actually get the nutrients out of it. I don't know. I'm not saying to follow me or anything at all. I'm not. I'm just sharing my own. I love coffee. I got a reading to do. I heard in my head, they were like, look, if there's anything ever of me after I'm gone or something like that from this world, dude, it's gotta have free coffee. If it's not serving free coffee, then it's not active. Anyways, I'm being silly. It says, we're going back to the chariot of ascension, the Merkaba. It's actually 3 words, which Merka and Ba, okay, is essentially the place of ascension, which is the Ka, the physical, like fleshly body, and the Ba is the spirit, the heart. Like, you unite those into one being, and anyways, going on. Spiritual work of the higher initiate. Your soul wishes to travel more freely between the dimensions of higher reality. This is to allow for conscious spirit communication, the free flow of soul light into the physical body, and the joining in divine harmony of heaven and earth. It requires a powerful consciousness to do this. The Merkaba, chariot of ascension, and soul fire is the spiritual gift to attain these divine purposes now available to you as a high initiate. There are times when the soul becomes ambitious and wishes to live its entire light in the conscious oneness with all expression of its being, including the physical body. It may wish to do so simply because it is the nature of all beings to eventually realize themselves as divine, or because it needs specific new skills to be available to the human expression in the physical body so it can continue with its divine purpose. Those skills might be channeling divine energy or consciousness for healing, traveling easily between the worlds for conscious spirit communication, gaining greater artistic or creative ability because it feels wonderful to create, or any number of other purposes. This oracle brings you guidance that a special spiritual practice has come or is soon coming to your attention, that it will help your soul reach you more fully. It will be an advanced practice, and it will serve you well at this time in your journey to reach the higher levels of capacity and spiritual responsibility that are available to you as a high initiate. Peace to you, beloved. Your spiritual work on this planet is greatly supported. The Chariot of Ascension Oracle also offers you a particular sacred teaching from the Priestess of High Initiates, Lady Allset. This is the practice of the Merkaba, the soul vehicle or chariot of ascension. This vehicle is an energetic structure of sacred geometry that strengthens and protects you, allowing for your consciousness to travel instantaneously and freely between dimensions and realities without compromising your vibration or damaging your energy bodies. Merkaba is a vehicle of great strength and power and is best used with a heart dedicated in unconditional love and service. It can be used to travel on the inner planes to stars and temples for higher guidance in an instant, as well as to connect with other souls on the inner planes. And at various levels of evolution, it is recommended that such a practice only be used with permission granted from the soul in question and from a place of love and intention to be of healing service. Merkaba allows you to travel without the usual restraints upon your energy field, but like any powerful practice, there is a wise caution. You will travel and experience what is in your heart. Keep your heart open and clear, and do not use Merkaba if you're feeling uncentered, ungrounded, and disconnected or angry. It is the technique to use when you're feeling peaceful and aligned within yourself. At such times, great growth in consciousness is possible for you using Merkaba. The Oracle of the Chariot of Ascension is a gift of higher level spiritual training, and your wisdom in using what you have learned helps you make the most of the sacred gift. Now, this oracle is as much about receiving the training as it is about knowing when to apply it and when to have restraint. The Chariot of Ascension is also confirmation that you are growing spiritually and becoming ready for greater tasks and spiritual responsibilities. If you have been considering taking a step to engage in teaching or healing, in studying or practicing at a higher level, whether spiritually or in your chosen field or profession, whatever that may be, you are encouraged to follow your heart and your destiny and be bold. Say yes to yourself. The Chariot of Ascension speaks of rising destinies and success. Now, I'm going to do a guided meditation here, which is quite uh, beneficial for this Merkaba working. They use the word practice quite often, but I'm gonna show a picture. As I'm reading, I'm going to be describing a structure, two different structures, okay, through the guided meditation, and this is what it's going to look like. That's you in the center, and that's one pyramid. Not a pyramid, it's triangular. The Merkaba is triangular. It's not pyramidal. It's not four. It's three. So it's one, and that's one, and then the second one is created with like that. You're in the center. So if you're capable to close your eyes, if you're in a safe space, good. If not, if you have to keep your eyes open wherever you are, be good where you are. That's okay as well. You can visually still see this within your mind. And if you just want to watch and whatnot, that's cool too. So just sit comfortably as you are. If you're on the floor or in a seat, however you are, you are. Legs can be crossed. They can lay flat. Just be comfortable. Just be comfortable. Focus your breath, allowing it to become relaxed all the way down into your belly. If you tend to breathe shallowly, it's okay. Just breathe a little bit longer and deeper. I speak on your behalf as I say, Goddess all set that loves me unconditionally, protect me now. I rest in the heart of your love and peace, so be it. Master Osaural Novus will confirm. As your breathing is restful and deep, become aware of a triangular prism, 3 points of the base forming a triangle, reaching up to a fourth point above. The base of the prism easily sits well beneath your feet, and the point is high above your head. Visualize or intend that the prism be formed of electric violet light, which is pure white light with flecks of neon violet in it and around its edges. Take your time as you're building this prism with your intention, as you notice it to become firm and stable, hovering around you and comfortably. As second triangular prism, the base forms above your head, 3 points forming a triangular shape, and a fourth point of light deep beneath you in the apex of is the apex of the second prism. All three sides reaching down and converging at that point. The point of the second triangular prism are formed with electric violet light, joining each other with electric violet light, forming the second prism with the base high above your head and the point deep below your feet, with you fitting comfortably within it. These two prisms intersect, forming a star prism all around you, with the base of the first prism under your feet and its apex point high in the heavens above your head, and the base of the second prism at the top of your head and its apex point deep in the earth. They form the star prism, with 8 points in total, with you comfortably resting in the center. As you're really sensing these prisms of light around you, feeling the beauty of the vibrant electric violet light flooding the points, sides, and base of the prism as they form the star prism together, stay with your breathing and allow the first prism, the one with the base beneath you and the point above, to begin rotating naturally. It will move clockwise or from left to right. Just let it spin. You don't have to force it. It will happen naturally. As this is happening, one is being comfortable with this energy. Allow the second prism, the one with the base above you and the point below you, to begin rotating naturally in the opposite direction, or anti-clockwise from right to left. You can allow this to happen naturally. As the two prisms rotate, you will feel energy growing strong and moving your soul body and physical body into greater connection. You may literally feel as if you are rising up off the chair. Stay calm and keep breathing. Keep your thoughts clear and in your heart. Stay connected to your breath. Allow yourself to experience this Merkaba. Lady all said and all saw will know for us shining bright. Support my Merkaba, build my collective body of light. I am in your protection now, and from harm I am free. Align me now with my inner divinity. Through my own free will as a being of light, I now allow my Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Kepra, kepra, kepra. Ra ra ra, tuma tuma tum, kazu kazu kazu, arsemitoki, shabu banana, shabtarina, arsemitoki, shabu banana, shabtarina, arsemitoki, shabu banana, shabtarina, abra, 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 abra. Okay, that was for you, Emo tapped in. I'm sure I felt a lot of other people tapping in with that one, so thank you for that one. That one went all the way around. I felt that. Um, is Josie here? Just shoot a message in the chat log, Josie, if you're here. Love you, bro. Divine, I was asking if you were here. Thank you. I'll do yours right now. You're here, Divine, are you? That's okay. No worries. No worries. I might as well ask, by any chance, is Nicholas here? Is Nicholas still here? Oh, darn it. I'll remember for next time. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for the communication. That helps. Okay, cool, cool. I'm gonna do some cards for you. How does it go? Let's see. Somebody was like, what, WTF this? I mean, it's good enough. It's fair enough. I like it. It's good. You know, as the people that says you're weird, I'm like, you got to come up with something more original than weird, man. Let's see. Hello, my friend, fellow. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious, though please feel free to go a little bit delirious as we follow this harmonizing chorus, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you want to be. Your mind is the key, opening the heart to see. You're the miracle of every deed. You are magic, mathematical application generating incarnate creation kinetically. I should work on more stuff like that. I got a bunch of little stuff like that. I plan for this day so much in my life. These days, I plan for these days so much in my life. In the past, I tried, I worked, I strived, and then I was just like, boom, hey, ain't never gonna happen. I walked on, I lived up my life and did my thing and went on this whole other journey. And now, now I'm able to start putting some things back together. Some dreams I had, some things I worked for. Boom, boom. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what's going on, and then I'm gonna tell you exactly what you need to do, and it's not hard. It's not crazy. It's nothing nuts. And it's going to solve the situation. Now, apply words appropriately as your heart connects to them. Ignore what doesn't apply because this is a mystery. intrigues, hidden enemies, illegal activities like life ending, contagious disease, inspired through subtle forces, low level forces, things like subliminal messaging, things like innuendos, things like, I'm not speaking the truth, but I'm telling you to do this. No, don't do that. And my actions are saying do this. But my mouth says don't do that. And my actions say do this. What's going on here? All right. If this is happening in your life, here's your recipe. I'm putting it in the chat log so that you could see it and be able to copy it down. Okay, here are the sounds. Ong, shrong, shring. Oh, I put it wrong. My bad. Hold on. I gotta redo it. That's wrong. That's correct. That's the correct one. Boom. That one. Ong, did it? No. It did it again to me. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Third time's a charm. It's okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's changing it. It did it twice. Where it said the first ong, it's not shrung, it's strong. A. It's not a U, it's an A. Shring, and then the first word and the last two words are correct. But that shrung is wrong, and I typed it in twice, and I said the letter A, and then I hit the thing send, and it messed it up, so I didn't even try it again. Interesting. And when you chant that, ong shrong shring shrong, ong shrong shring shrong, ong shrong shring shrong. When you're going over this, visualize what your objective is. Whatever the end result of your objective in life, getting out of the problem, figuring out what's going, like the objective, visualize, use those words of power as you chant them. You don't have to like chant them, you could sing them, okay? I say the words, you could sing them, you could just say them and read them, but what really is happening is it's coming from it's creating a resonance with the heart. This is an emotional reality that we're feeling connected to our situation, and we're visualizing the end result, the objective of how we would like to proceed. Like, that's where I want to be. And literally, that's how you can change your reality. And here's a big tip: when you get intuitional insight that comes in the next day after you do this, don't go run tell nobody that you know something. This information came to you because you could make a choice while nobody else is looking at you. If you tell somebody you know, then they're going to have to change up how their go is, which is going to further confuse things. Keep the ball in your court. Know what's happening. Know that these are confirmations from everything you've been thinking and wondering, and make your choice just like they made their choice without you. But your heart is different. and your heart's going to formulate a better outcome for everybody involved, regardless of the ultimate everything. When you accomplish this is when you will begin to notice a change in your physical environment. Your physical environment will start to improve. You will start to see an actual advancement from current situation to more so in the alignment of what you actually want, of what you've been seeking after for quite a many years now. Um, any questions? I'll add in before also that um, your resources around you, your physical resources around you, those are, if I know I'm going to go on a journey, then I want to make sure I have certain provisions. I want to know sure that I can walk and have certain things with me regardless. Like I want to have my knife and fork. I want to have my mug. I want to have some certain things that are going to be very beneficial for me on my journey. If I don't have certain things, I can't really start that journey and be successful. Can I walk out into the world and make it on my own 2 feet? Sure, I can. I have started certain things to make that journey a whole lot easier if I had to do it again. Um, any questions or anything like that, Divine? Oh, I was born in '84. Anthony Dale Music. I need advice for being on TV, recording in the studio this coming Tuesday. Any advice? All right. On a positive side, behavior is courage manifesting as the lack of bodily harm, energetic, prudent, magnanimous, forceful, enterprising, constructive, skillful, zealous, passionate, delighted, motivated by situations involving challenges or hard and dangerous but relatively short work. Now, on a negative side, things to absolutely avoid: quarrelsome, antagonistic, pugnacious, arrogant, impetuous, rash, choleric, destructive, violent, forceful, excessive, irritable, overzealous, and excessively passionate, inclined to treason and cruelty and such things of abuse. Whether natures of oneself or natures of another person. Be aware of your environment. The spiritual function here is to remember the underlying of all actions is the urge to succeed, which depends on following divine law and order. Our protection from all external obstructions is the domain of Herokuti, but all such obstructions are the external projections of the obstructed condition of our life force caused by our breaking of laws of divine law and order in dealings with others. Now, by cutting our identity off from our persons and by placing it firmly in ourself, the indwelling intelligence, we find the strength to be just with others in all situations. Thus, we receive protection from the Supreme Being. It also gives us the courage to sacrifice our lives for the well being of others. The failure to detach our identity from our person compromises our sense of justice and our ability to grow spiritually. Now, be advised that your zealous and courageous forward drive is being guided. Be aware that zealous and courageous drive to be guided by wise counsel, a positive, ordered plan, knowledge of divine law and order, and is being directed by the will that is truly within our heart, a decision which has not been influenced by the desires or the emotions. You line up life in this kind of way, however you do in your own world and your own connection of stuff. Boom, boom. And me, if I was going to do a recording, now, like if I was going to mess with music, there's two ways I go about things. Number one, of course, we got to kind of get into a beat, make sure we're in the flow of things. But at another aspect, if I am in the flow of things and having a skill about me regularly, then what's going to wind up happening is that I know I'm going to need to use this skill on a certain occasion. So then that means I'm going cold turkey. I'm not going to do anything with that ability. I'm going to bottleneck it. I'm going to bottleneck that energy. And I'm not going to let it come out wrongly towards others. I'm not going to mistreat anybody or anything like that. I'm going to bottleneck. I'm going to cap off this energy. I'm going to store it. And then boom, then I'll creation can pop out. Because essentially it's been waiting. But that would be my own little bit in addition to what was brought out there a moment ago. Josie, I don't think Josie is here. I asked once before, you didn't mention back. Is Anti-Hero still here? And I asked about Nicholas. I keep asking about Nicholas, but I don't think they're here anymore. Very welcome, Anthony. Yeah, Divine Ribbon, we had finished yours a bit ago, actually. Yours was, yeah, you're welcome. Sorry about that. I did ask you if you had a question or anything about that. And I didn't see anything mentioned back. I try to catch that, but I do miss things as well. Emo Hotep, we did that reading for you. Anti-Hero. I don't think you're here. Leslie? Are you here, Leslie? And then I have Vibeless. Vibeless, I know you wanted a reading. I'm not adding any more people to the list of readings because I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And if the rest of the people are here, I would have done about like 16 or 20. So I'm done on readings and for the day anyways. I want to chat and move on with other things really. But I do want to do these readings that I've offered to people. So I'll ask one last time, is Leslie here? Is Vibeless here? Yes, it does drain me, Jojo. I'm back to do readings. 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 I'm tapping into your energy. I'm going across the fucking stratosphere and quantum connected. I don't eat half. I don't need it. I don't eat anywhere near what I should to recover the energy that I expend on a daily basis. You can sit in one place and your body can count out more calories than a motherfucker running a race. You don't have to believe me, but people, scientists are starting to understand this stuff. But I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do it. Don't get me wrong on that one. But just so I did not get a response from Leslie or Vibeless. Is Kaiser here? Kaiser. But I like to do them. I like to do them on a regular basis. Is Adrian here? Is Cat? Adrian is here. Okay, cool. Sweet. Thank you. Sweet. We got you, Adrian. Okay, so before I move on to you, Adrian, you're next. I'm coming up. I'm shuffling cards. I'm just going to chat for a little bit, clear energy, whatnot. But yeah, I'll do Adrian. You're next. Doing yours next. Um, okay. Okay, people are like gods. What do you mean by gods? Okay, so what a thing is. Oh yeah, we're doing Adrian next. You did miss yours, Vibeless. I'll come back to you, Vibeless. But I don't know why you have a 0. I don't know why people come back with a 0-1 when I don't notice they had a 0-1 before. But we'll do yours after the next individual. People, I reached out to them and they said they weren't here. But let me put that back in the order that it's in because we had to go out as a lot of people were not responding. So I'll put you back here, Vibeless. Alicia, I did your reading. You responded, and I pulled and I mentioned your name, and then I pulled cards, and I did your reading. That's two people I've done readings for, and they didn't know I did their reading for them. But I know there's a lot of other people that benefited, and if you were one of those individuals, later on today, once I'm done with the live, you can go back and you can rewatch it. How you'd spot the moment or the time, I don't know, and to look over that for 5 hours, that's why I don't rewatch a single video I do. I don't have time to rewatch a single moment I created. I just got my life to live. I'm moving forward, and if you didn't catch it, I communicated the best I could. Yep, we're shuffling cards for you, Adrian. But most people learn an ability and they use it to make money. I learned an ability and I just wanted to help people. I can't change my own life, or really my situation, my past. I can't change my past. That life already ended. There's no replacing that life. There's no new to it. There's me embodying everything that I ever learned and was before in my past. But there's so much in life that I don't have time to look back and think upon. It's a constant moving forward. Energy exists in every moment. It doesn't exist, and it exists now, in this moment here. I had a brother, and my brother always wanted my mom and my dad to get back together. As if like them living together was gonna fix his life or something. Like even as an adult, that's what he still wanted. Mom's dead now. And I'm gonna tell you all, my mom's dying wish was that me and my brother, no matter what happened, we'd be there for each other, through thick and thin, through anything, because we were the last blood we had on this world. That was her dying wish. That was her death wish, and she died. From the flesh, on the fleshly side, she's dead and gone. And my brother, when I came to my brother, he said, "Don't you ever come talk to me. I don't want to know you. I don't want our daughters to know each other. Stay away." I said, "Answer me this then. Did I ever call you once?" And he's older brother. I said, "Did I ever call you once to ask for help with mom?" He stood there just as he would any other day, and he said, "Nope." Shit, you can own that. I drove away crying. But it's not on me that I'm not fulfilling my mother's dying wish. That's on him. I'm gonna keep moving forward with my life. My mama see everything. Your ancestors, the divines, there ain't a thing they've missed. They try to tell us, and yet we dismiss. I've learned that when I become aware of something, I stop doubting it. I start working with its presence. Alright, we got cards drawn. Adrian, we got cards drawn. This reading's for Adrian. You hear, Adrian? I want to make sure you hear your reading, as I am avoiding what past did. So let's make sure you're here, as I've chatted on, shuffled, and whatnot. Christopher Sanchez, another day. I'm not adding anymore. I've done like more than 10 readings. Anyways, Adrian, boom, boom, sweet, thank you. All right. All right, Queen of Heaven is the first card. Blessings from Divine Empress of the Skies. The Queen of Heaven is the Divine Empress of the Skies. She acknowledges your feminine authority now. As a man or a woman, you have a life path of spiritual leadership to bring qualities of mercy, compassion, and wisdom into the world. The Oracle of the Queen of Heaven is a confirmation of your feminine leadership and spiritual authority, whether in male or female body. Olset means throne, and in her presence and blessings as a divine empress of the skies, she offers initiates of the light, men and women, great feminine spiritual power. Feminine spiritual authority occurs when power is tempered with mercy, wisdom, compassion, and love. It is inspired spiritual leadership through the heart and a model of power and authority that is based in empowerment rather than force or control. Allset, Queen of Heaven, calls you to ascend to the throne of feminine leadership within your own being, that you may fulfill your life mission and serve the divine feminine on this planet from a place of inner spiritual authority. This oracle is confirmation to step forward in leadership if you have been considering doing so. It might be in connection with others, especially if you also especially also as you are to realize that you are a capable spiritual leader in your own right, as you trust in the divine feminine values within. This new model of power is not about assuming authority over another, but about living your truth and integrity and leading by authentic example. There's great power here and no false sense of responsibility for another, which could drain you and create dependency rather than growth in those you seek to empower through your leadership. You are encouraged to contemplate how you might step more fully into your own authority. Often this requires that we make peace with the authority figures in our lives, past and present, and how we have experienced those relationships, whether as supportive, truthful, or empowering, or as disempowering, shaming, or perhaps minimizing or inflating our sense of grandiosity. Healthy relationships with authority figures help us recognize where we can learn and perhaps be mentored by another, and where we too can help others learn and grow. Through the eyes of the divine feminine, authority is not a question of hierarchy, with one more authoritative over another who has less authority. It is rather more like a circle of life where we all have different awareness, ability, and mastery to share with each other, together guiding each other into greater wholeness, each of us with our own spiritual responsibility for our growth and our own capacity to help others to the degree that we are willing and able. Making peace with authority figures past and present often involves pulling back the unconscious projection of our own authority, divinity, and strength upon these persons, seeing them as belonging to ourselves and allowing the other to be more human. It may involve recognizing the gifts and the human failings of the authority figure and within ourselves in that moment. Seeing the grace involved as two people with limited consciousness attempted a relationship. There will always be gifts of learning on both sides of the relationship. Allow the release of forgiveness that comes with compassion and the freedom that willingness to grow within brings so that our relationship to authority within and externally can be healed and transformed. Now, this one comes with a guided meditation. So, what I'd like you to do, Adrian, there's some moments where I'm going to speak and I'm going to specifically use the word I. I am not connecting to my own energy, I'm connecting to you. This is your words being spoken, and so you're perceiving things through your mind, through your connectedness, a guided meditation if you'd like. Okay. Now, as you're in a safe area and you can close your eyes, sitting comfortably, as your eyes are closed and your breathing is slowed, I call upon Allset who loves me unconditionally. I call upon you 3 times, beloved Anitrix, Empress and Queen of Heaven. I call upon Allset who loves me unconditionally. I call upon you 3 times, beloved Anitrix, Empress and Queen of Heaven. I become aware of a ball of pure light above the crown of your head. This is the auric energy of the goddess Allset descending. Send love to that ball of light and watch it soften and grow as it begins to rain light down on your head, filling your aura like a waterfall of light until you sense, intend, or feel it all around you, flowing. Relax into this flow of energy, feeling good. I give thanks to this blessing, this anointment to spiritual leadership, true and pure, given and received in unconditional love. Thank you to beloved and Queen of Heaven, also Divine Empress of the Skies, for your guidance and blessing as I ascend to the throne of spiritual truth within my own soul now. Imagine, perceive, or intend that you can send love up into that ball of light as it becomes a throne of majestic seat made out of light and love. Allow it to descend through the crown of your head until it rests as pure love in your heart. And feel the warmth, love, and fullness in your heart while the throne of light grows stronger as you allow yourself to become more aware of it within you. Gently touch your heart. I honor the spiritual authority that you possess. I listen to value and act on your truths. Thank you for your strength, wisdom, and love. Allow the light of Allset to continue to flow down through the crown of your head to your heart and out of your heart, pouring through it as pure love. Visualize or intend that this energy of love pour from your heart through time and space to any person or place, past or present, that holds any unresolved karmic energy as spiritual, psychological, emotional, or physical patterning in your being. This love will heal and free you from these old patterns that are not who you are in truth. Freely and generously send as much love as you can to these patterns, releasing now. Know that you receive more liberation, freedom, healing, release, and empowerment as you send love. I now choose of my own free will to completely forgive, release, and grow beyond any old patterning within me that holds me back from the full experience of my divine inner authority now. Through all time and space, with the loving grace of Olset supporting me now, so be it. Take a deep, full breath in and a full breath out, imagining you are breathing out of the heart the healing love of Olset flowing powerfully with your breath. You may feel a release of energy from your heart or for some other part of your body as you do this. Just allow, relax, and flow naturally. When you're ready, hear these words. Know deep in your heart. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all said my heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with my power and deepest peace. Bless me that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that I grow. Beloved queen, clothe me in your authority and light. I now claim my spiritual birthright. Kebra 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 ra 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 tuma tum kansu arsimito kishabu banana shamtrina hai arsimito kishabu banana shamtrina hai arsimito kishabu banana shamtrina hai abra 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 abra. The next card we have is Dakinitin. This is Om Hriyas Vaha, Om Hriyas Vaha, Om Hriyas Vaha. Mistress of the Ketsurne and granter of wishes. If your desire is strong enough, it will be heard and granted. Absolute achievement. Visualize specifically what you want, and don't forget to be tenacious. What kind of person do you want to be? Clearly visualize the person you want to become, and then move forward as your very best self. Your top priority shouldn't be making excuses as to why you can't do something, but rather finding a way that you can. No matter what the result, it is important that you devise a plan and act upon it. Remember, your failures are just as important as your successes. It is through experiencing failures and using them to improve what we can create things that are honed and refined. Daikinitin is said to be a messenger of Ermaol, the lord of the underworld, and Daikokurtin. She used to be a fierce demon who predicted when people were to die 6 months in advance and would eat them when they passed away. However, upon learning the teachings of the Nyorai, of the Buddha, she became good, as she can predict when people will die. Daikinitan protects those people until the day they pass on. In Japan, Kitsurne, foxes. Foxes are known for consuming the dead, and many legends also tell of Kitsurne who tell people of the future. Daikinitan is also linked to the Shinto god of foxes, Oinari-san. Fortune, happiness, prosperity, and being granted what you desire are the blessings. And if you want to really connect with that energy, here is the mantra. You can write that down, copy that down. That's in the chat log there. Yep, that's correct on that one. Om Hriyas Vaha, Om Hriyas Vaha. And I also am inclined to include this. You may want to do some looking up, internet searching, but here is the name, and it's connected to a Japanese, a Shinto god of foxes. A god of foxes. Onari, Onari-san. Onari-san. Yep. And there it is in the chat log if you want to look that up. That information is there. And this directly correlates now being aware of the Queen of Heaven aspect of yourself, that connection, that protection, and knowing the blessings that you're capable of channeling, not just to yourself, but to those and others around you. And knowing why you felt this way, lived this way, had this responsibility, how it's changed your life. I feel as if you've made progress already. I could just be sensing what you're becoming, and you're not just there yet, or maybe you are. However, whatever and for wherever, along this journey, be aware of the subliminal factors that are happening in life. There's three primary forms of magic, and it's slow. It's low, medium, high. One, two, three. And the first one is subliminal messaging. Subliminal messaging in a song, in a movie of that nature. Um, Color coding, specifically, it's a form of magic of being able to associate, have colors, word patterns. It creates certain things in the mind of others for those who understand it or not. I don't know all the details. I don't remember details like that. I can't remember where scripture was from in the Bible, but I can remember it says somewhere, don't change the words because it's going to fuck you over. I can't even remember what the correct words were. The Revelations, like the last verse or something like that. It's at the very end. That's how I remember stuff. I just shit. Anyways, but level one magic, just know that you are always affected by your environment. Just be aware of this, okay? That allows your psyche to know, hey, I'm sending out signals and I'm getting signals that the flesh ain't understanding, but somewhere the heart, there's some fucking message going on. Just be aware of it. Knowledge is key. Awareness is the key to eternity. That's what I say. Because if you are aware of it, then you can unlock the experience. You can unlock the door or the close the experience. You can unlock it, and because now you always can open to another option in life. Thus, your life is eternal, and you're always moving forward because you're always opening new doors, anyways. Um, but second level of magic is telepathic communication. It's not direct thought to thought transfer. It doesn't work like that, okay? Now, there are a lot of people, and they know how to work level one magic so damn well between two people. It looks like they're telepathically communicating, but they're actually full of shit. I can see their goddamn tricks. Tricks in a bad way, not tricks in a good way. We learned yesterday that under the technical definition of a trick can be used for a bad thing or it could be used for a good thing. So, could be a good. Put a whole new spin on that one. Trick or treat, motherfucker. Who knew? Anyways, I guess I'm trick or treating every day with good tricks, not bad tricks. Level two, that telepathic communication, the trueness of it is heart to heart. It's heart to heart that's communicating. When you connect to a bird and then all of a sudden your heart feels a certain way, you just notice a change in the room, in your own environment, in your own being. Nobody else sees or feels this. Some people pick up on it, but you freaking know it. That's because life was communicating a message and it's taking a moment for the heart to take it all in. Now that the heart's living in that world, it's trying to send that information to the mind that can cognize, that it can be cognitive and translate, decipher the feeling, the vibration of which we are creating a logical system of language to describe what we're actually sensing and picking up and receiving. So it's telepathic communication, but it's not like 3D communication. Not exactly. You got that quantum kind of effect that can happen. Anyways, um, it could get a lot. We could have a fun conversation on that. And then the third level of magic is people that who are actually using words of power. And I put in there a mantra for you that you can use. And I heavily suggest that you utilize that mantra and try it out. Utilize that. And as you speak that mantra, visualize your objective, visualize the reality that you're wanting in life, and see the effect that you can create. Emotion has to be present. If you're not emotional, it doesn't work. Look, even if you're raging full of anger, okay, righteous anger and injustice has been done, in that moment, visualize what you want. Visualize the property, the home, the earth, the families, the children, foods there, neighbors, community, all of it. Visualize what you want, because the emotion, regardless of what it is, you transform it to love. So it's positive energy to fuel your dreams, which you visualize, which has no context of words, and then you utilize the words of power, which you, particular Adrian, ready to actually utilize it. And you will actually, if you synchronize that, the words of power, with those other two things, you will create. It's your heart that's doing the creating, not it's a that's why one must focus upon the heart if they're honest, if they want to go on the spiritual journey. You can't be focused. You can do whatever you want, but it's not wise to be focused on things. First level, first aspect. What should one do first on a spiritual if they're seeking to be spiritual? Work on that heart. Make sure you got an innocent heart. Make sure it is pure. We ain't trying to take no advantage of nobody. We ain't doing no wrong. If we offend somebody, keep whatever you got up your butt. I'm gonna keep playing at recess. I didn't do nothing to hurt you. Psh, you got your head stuck somewhere. Ain't my problem how you think about life. I didn't poke you, bro. You poked yourself with whatever thoughts were between your ears. That's on you, not me. I stay in my lane. Just saying. And so in that aspect, though, it's the heart. It's the heart. Just getting back to that, it's the heart that is within, because what you create is it's the heart is creating it, and everything else is a synchronicity of that creation. So, I definitely that's 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 the reading for you. Any questions or anything like that before I move on? That was your reading, Adrian. I just want to get some kind of confirmation at this point, because I have a few more readings to do. And the last readings I wound up doing, they didn't connect, or they didn't realize it. And I know we connected. I know you heard. Just kind of wondering if you got that. Evie, I see you. I see you were trying to get my attention. Did I miss something you said? How do you know you're successfully transmuting the emotions, or does this happen automatically? doom. I'm like, fucking die, motherfuckers. I'm not saying it, but that's just the energy. Just fucking destroy this motherfucking shit. And then I've done that enough, and I put on something. I start laughing. That's how I know I transmuted the energy because I feel different. If I'm stuck in one state of emotion, I haven't transmuted it. Sometimes, well, usually that's why the rage happens. Because the occurrence happens, we get the emotion. And for me, I usually wind up crying right away. Why? Because there ain't nothing I'm gonna go physically do to fix it. There ain't nothing I can't go change nothing for nobody. I'm not gonna go start some fight in the public or nothing like that. I lost. I am not the crowd favorite. I mean, maybe that the world's changing, but just I'm not that individual, and I haven't had that type of advantage in life at all, and so usually that just boils down to tears because the reality is I can't do nothing to change it. The world is a pretty shitty place. It is what it is, and when you are a child, the reason why you cry is because you can't do anything to change it. You know that ultimately you can't do shit to change your situation, and that's why you cry. So I just go to crying. But sometimes, that rage pops up because too much crying happens. So it's raw. It's all that fucking. As I'm playing the video game, Doom Eternal. And then I get that out of me, and yeah, it'll turn to laughter or comedy. Boom, okay, I'm tired of that. Like, I'll get to some point, I'm like, okay, I'm done, like, taking all these bad things and stuff or whatever. And I'll be like, I need to change playing video games, or I need to put a music on, or I need to change the tempo because I had enough. I had enough ice cream. Very real experience, very applicable relation. So there was a good period of my life when I did not get to have ice cream. So when I was able to have ice cream, I went to the store, I bought gallons of ice cream, and then like I even melted it down, and I was like, you know what? I'm not even buying milk, bro. I'm gonna let this ice cream melt down into just what it is, and I'm gonna make that my milk and my cereal. It's not a healthy decision. I'm not encouraging you to do this, but that's what I needed. That's what I freaking craved, and I ate ice cream like breakfast, lunch, and ice cream. And then at some point, I'm like, okay, I had enough freaking ice cream. I'm good. I could move on. Like I could go, like 2 weeks without ice cream. I could make it a month or two without ice cream. I'm okay. I'm not tripping. And that's what I've found to do is that I don't over, but I take a full indulgence on whatever emotion I'm feeling, but I do it in a way that's just limited for myself, and that energy's not going to bump off, and I'm not going out and creating an argument or something like that. I'm not doing anything negative towards anybody else with the energy. That's prime directive, like don't mess up somebody's vibe in that mannerism for sure. And and so that's how you transmute those emotions because you're feeling a different emotion. It's very magic is very real. If you're not feeling the resonance, it's like living as the rainbow, being the full spectrum of the experience in order to truly have that construct in your mind and to know it in your heart because that's what you've lived. And that's just like the monarch butterflies who migrate from south to north so far, and not one of them was ever alive to make it before, but they just follow the cues of the environment and that they find their way. And that same exact mannerism is what we're connected with. If a butterfly can do these things, like you are the butterfly effect. And the emotions are the energy to get it going. Good, cool, cool, emo with that. You know what, bro? This is weird because I never read it like this before, and I know I got a couple of Vibeless and Cat. I got two more readings to do. Are you here, Vibeless? If you're here, I'm doing your reading next. But Emohotep, I just like looking at it, and I have no clue what EP would stand for, but I'm looking at Emohotep, and I'm like, I'm hot. As I just saw, I'm hot. I'm like, what? I'm hot EP? I came up with a joke. Uh, that was yesterday. I didn't remember it. I didn't write it down. Something about being hot and cooling down. It's a pretty good one. It's pretty dry as usual. France, lemon Marty's. Five Lists is here. Okay, Five Lists, we got you. Um, okay, look. Um, Evie, you replied, I have a long way to go. I see. I'm supposing you're implying that to your spiritual journey as in this life, and yo, bro, for real, I'm an alpha participant, yo. But shoot me an email, and I'm gonna send. I got something to send you. It's an invocation of the Divine Mother, and like you'll have success. You'll advance beyond. You'll start moving at the rate that you want to move. When we're working is just ourselves trying to make advancement in the spiritual realm, we have very slow progress because we have nothing to really like connect with. Um, but once we're able to make divine contact, okay, look, once you're able to make divine contact, ET phone home, and like you get response back, ball game changes. People like, I need a teacher, I need a spiritual guru, I need this, I need that, you gotta help me, I need a priest, whatever the case. No, you don't. You just need to make contact. You just need a phone home that's your own prayer style. So in prayers, you could chant, you could sing, you could dance, you could fucking do anything that's your nature. It's your nature to do. It's nothing you have to put a show on for. It's just who you are. I put on my Halloween outfit on. Did I scare away all the demons? Good. I hope so. Hope we can have a good time. We'll put bad people stay away. And they're like, man, well, I'm not going to go over there. They're going to cast a spell on me with just a bunch of kids having fun at recess. Just keep dressing up for Halloween every day. But truly, when you're able to make contact with the divine, that's when you're able to receive that intuitional instruction. And when you follow it and you take note, oh, and then you look back over your notes and you're like, Oh, that worked out. That worked out. And this last one worked out. Well, okay. And eventually you start trusting. And when you start trusting, that's like trusting your own two legs. You can start running. But if you don't trust your own two legs, there's no way you're going to move up to running. So a big part of that is all trusting in yourself, of course. Let me jump to that. From Scotland, Karen Clayton. Very cool. The Alchemist. I've read The Alchemist. I know I've read The Alchemist, but honestly, if you asked me a single question about it, I couldn't remember it for anything. Anyways, I got to move on to Vibeless. I've not done his cards yet. Do I need help? Yes, I need a business manager. I need a business manager. Yeah, I need some business manager. I've been looking for one for like 2 years, and now I think it's about time that somebody could be like, yo, I could make a buck with this kid, and we could go make some fucking awesome ass motherfucking whatever, change the goddamn world, and everybody can benefit. We keep a small knit family and move the fuck on. So yeah, I need some business help. If you know I'm a business manager, you tell them to give me a email right there. I'll put it right there. Boom. And here's another thing. This is something I was thinking about last night, and I was thinking about it earlier. I'm shuffling cards for you, Vibeless. Um, and I was like, that'd be really cool if somebody ordered me a pizza. And then I'm doing readings today. Today seems like we're doing readings today. Seems to be the main thing today. Um, and so amongst doing all these readings, like my energy is dropping and dropping and dropping. Like I could feel it because it does. It does take energy for me to do readings. And so um, it would be cool if somebody was like, yo, I'll order you pizza for a reading. I'd be like, yo, okay, the place is called Cottage Inn. Here's my address. Have a pizza set. I'll be happy. Take it. Boom. I could refuel, keep going. Pizza, it's not crunchy. You can't hear me about it. I'd take a bite real quick while I'm shuffling or something. Boom, card pops out. So I thought that'd be cool. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. Okay. I'm gonna shuffle these ones again. I'm curious if anything will pop out from here. I kind of feel like it wants me to draw the card rather than have it pop out. The light kind of did its thing, so I'm going with that one then. And this one's for you, Vibeless. I'm pretty darn sure you're here, bro. I got one more after you. I don't think Cat's here. I think Cat's gone. So after this, I can just do my thing. Okay, we got number 5, starting out with Fuku Joju Nawarai. Alright, this is a powerful guide for the path to follow. Make use of your 5 senses. Don't free your. Yeah, this is definitely the last reading of the day. Use your 5 senses. Free yourself from fear. Don't be bound by convention. What is it that you hope to accomplish in your life? To reach your aspirations and goals, you must be like the wide open skies, unburdened and unfettered. Hone your 5 senses and free your heart of its barriers. Your freedom is captive to nothing and no one. If you feel walled in, the solution is simple. You need only jump over the wall. Let go of your fears and anxieties and simply be responsible for yourself. That wall in your heart isn't as tall as you might think. Fukujujur Naorai sits on the throne of Garuda, a legendary bird who saved its mother from being the slave of a dragon. His right palm is held outward in front of his chest, facing us in the rear, facing Mudra, which symbolizes there is nothing to be afraid of, nothing to be anxious about. All is well. Fukur Naorai, Fukur Jojur Naorai represents taking time to hone your senses and thinking about what it is you can do before taking action. And the blessings is decisive action and overcoming obstacles, and that has been a repetitive theme throughout the day. Before I even started pulling cards, is truly being able to hone your senses, bringing them in, seeing what's happening around you before deciding to react to something. Being able to stop the mind from thinking too much to be able to concentrate on what is directly around you, bring great benefit. The next one, Violet, is Portal of Light. She glides on the wings through time and space. It is only the physical reality that is bound by time and space. You are a being conscious on levels beyond the physical world. You are guided to work with your healing powers beyond the confines of time and space and to allow your sense of self to expand. It is safe for you to do this now. You will not become ungrounded through you will not become ungrounded through such spiritual growth. You are not leaving your earthly awareness, you are instead adding to it. In growing in this power and awareness, you're learning to integrate this into your vast self, into your life. The practical consequences of doing so are extraordinary. To live with less and less fear and insecurity, to become more detached and more passionate, more loving and less demanding, to need less and receive more, to feel more joy and exert less force to attain it. Such wonderful gifts await you. You also become capable of exerting healing influence beyond time and space, which means being able to help free yourself and others. If you choose to share your healing gifts, that is, you can learn to create freedom from trauma, attachment, history, and any other situation that may drain life force and distract from divine love, no matter whether occurring in this or any other lifetime. All set, the Divine Mother guides you to powers and abilities to heal that are beyond time and space, as it starts with the realization that what has happened in the past has power over you only to the extent that you allow it. The portal of light is being opened to you now to travel through time and space, to release the past, to open up to a future bright, and call for more power in the present moment. And once you have done this for yourself, if you are guided into the healing path, then you can share this with others. And being guided and by and be guided by the loving blessing of all set to assist you in this sacred interdimensional travel now for healing and understanding, more growth and peace. The Oracle of the Portal of Light also brings special guidance that a phase of time or experience is over and a new cycle at a higher vibrational turn of the spiral is beginning. So prepare to ascend. Expect things to become lighter, freer, and faster moving in your life, even perhaps while you appear to be more surrendered and more peaceful within yourself. And if you'd like to do this guided meditation, you can close your eyes if you're in a safe space and imagine a candlelight in front of you. Project yourself into that candlelight. Send your awareness into it until you sense all around you, either actually or with an intention, bright white light, pure. Allow yourself to release anything at all, conscious or unconscious, that you feel weighs you down. Just release it into the light. As you continue to do this with your eyes closed, in this light beyond time and space, I enter the portal of divine light and grace. I am free of shackles from this life or another. I surrender old fear to the Divine Mother. I now choose to be free of the past. In the present light of spirit, I now bask. In the portal of light beyond all time, love and light frees me into peace sublime. And whenever you're ready, open your eyes. And we got one more card. We got one more meaning, which is connected with the Divine Mother herself, which is just an interesting, nice alignment from a completely different system. Alright, I'm going to read this, it's technical, and then I'm going to explain it out. Now you're being reminded that every emotional experience is a mediumistic trance induction which creates or reinforces a conditioning. From another perspective, you may be reminded that as all said is the point through which you express your devotion to things emotional identification. It reveals to you what you truly worship. And another, if you actually go to a dictionary for the word worship, it means intense love. And what you truly intensely love in life. Now that emotional experience creating or reinforcing a patterning or a conditioning in the self. A lot of times people will react to the situation, and then in that energy, the reaction is reinforcing an animalistic connection to our old selves. That's what we want to avoid. It's definitely what we want to avoid. And that's going to take work and effort. And And so be aware of how you choose to respond, how you choose not to respond, how you choose to engage life with the other aspects that have come up along with the reading. What was interesting was, so that reading's done. So what was interesting was I saw this program, and there's this guy they recorded, and he had done readings for like, I don't know, like 129 readings a day or something like that for people. He did an extraordinary amount of readings every single day, and it's actually quite interesting. And I'll hear about things like that. I'll hear about certain things, and then I'll be interested. I'll give it a go. I'll give it a try. I'll be like, okay, then let me apply that. You think you're going to do that many readings because you Mr. Popular, everybody wants to pay you? Screw that shit. People go and take what they can for free and move on with their life. Thank you very much. So if you're doing something, make sure you got your own interests, your own values, your own accomplishment, your own scientific research you're doing on the subject yourself. So, yeah, in order to have that around, I needed to provide this, and that's why that happened. And boom, boom, boom. Okay, was that what I wanted to do? Am I having happy results with that? I don't know. I can decide that I'm gonna wait till overnight and boom, 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 and then take that one direction or another. And as I do, I always change things up. I know that much about myself. I don't like to say stay with the same old too much, too long. But a regular repeating positive pulse. I've been mentioning that quite a bit, and so I do have that bit of stability amongst that changeability. These are aspects that are going to help you overcome your obstacles that are coming from individuals who are stagnant. They're stagnant because they still have a construct that one big Mr. Powerful controlling everything wins at the end of the day. They philosophically believe this, and thus it impacts their very lives. So if we have a tribal mentality, last I checked, like numbers kind of has it at the end of the day on that level. I mean, once you top like 70, 90%, I mean, it's just the rest just going with it. I mean, it's just the only way the world knows how to do is to go with the flow. And that's what's up to you to do, is to create a new flow. You can change, you can adapt. You're trying something out. It doesn't matter what somebody calls you for a moment. No, I don't freaking care. Why? Because I wasn't sticking with that. That wasn't what I chose for my life. I'm tried out a new flavor of ice cream. How's your day? But I do enjoy doing the readings because they do provide a large amount of guidance, which is it's continually proves helpful for people. And so that's always a benefit for me. I've turned down readings because my energy levels were low, not because some people didn't have money. Money was never the factor. It was never the factor. I learned something that works. I do it. It helps somebody. Might as well do it again. Did it help somebody? Might as well do it again. Let me help a lot of people. We all need help. We all helping each other. Well then, shit. We all gonna be doing a lot better. People care about people in the world. Did you like? They really do. You could. People care. But how can somebody who cares that doesn't have? How can they give? They can't. Not in that form. So then I'm like, heck, if I could help my brothers and my sisters around the world do a little bit better, let me go do some recon over where nobody else is looking in this world. I'm come back looking. I don't know how I'm gonna look, but all I know is if I saw myself from an 18-year-old or 24-year-old vantage point, I'd be like, dynamite. That's what I'd say. But I could never go talk to B. I don't think so. I don't. My mom would go talk to me. My mom would go talk to me, but I couldn't go talk to me. I might type something on here, but that's about it. But this is what a journey of life can actually do: is it gives you stories, it gives you character, and you're like, you know what? I survived this. Shoot, I'm gonna wear it. I found this in the dirt, in the sand, when my life was at crap. But dude, look at this thing. It pops. I'm gonna wear that. Every single little bit. That's gonna create who I am. This is bits of my story. You know, when you go to a theme park, you want to do it real fast. You want to do it fast. You want to do something like this quicker than another. Okay. Number one, picking the ancient. Gotta pick one. Uh, Egyptian, Japanese, Hindu, Chinese, whatever. Pick one. Just pick one. You could add some in flair from others, but one primary. Uh, and and then when you're hanging out with somebody, you could have bought two bracelets, and they happen to be hanging on a buckle strap or something, right? Like they're not just fluffy string. These bracelets are strong, bro. You fucking hang these on your belt strap when you go out, hang out, and then you having a real good moment, you hanging out with somebody, like whatever the case, boom, bust them off and be like, there you go, bro. Strap that mug on. That's just one. How many times you done that with people? And what if they wearing something, you just wind up switching something, you're like, whoa, ooh. And some things, like I can't give them that one. Like that one's like that one. I can't. I'm sorry. Something, most things I have, I just can't give away. That's why they on me. So they don't come off. When people go somewhere, when we go somewhere, when I go somewhere, I'm like, boom. I want to get something because I had a good experience. So I want to remember the experience. These are knick-knack items that if we bought beforehand are cheap compared to fucking at the theme park, man, or in the movie theater, or wherever you're buying it. So fucking, like, like, buy beforehand. Allow the moments to happen naturally as they're happening. Boom, there you go. Maybe you just braiding yarn together. A lot of my stuff is braiding yarn together. As life has a token to remember it by. That's your journey. It fills up your attire, it fills up who you are, it fills up things to learn about. There are good individuals to learn from, and there's even more in antiquity to learn from, and there's even more beyond that we connect with the divine beings themselves. And that's something we were talking about today. Is how people this worldwide over has a vast amount of, call them what you want, divine beings or old gods or ETs, but they ready to be embodied. And that doesn't mean like erasing who you are. It means you becoming who you are. You realizing like, oh wait, I'm not stuck by the strictures of like somebody's. I have to do this stuff. Like I could be like I could fucking, I can live now a divine being somebody with all their energies, their chakras, all that aligned, somebody of this nature, they can actually become. And a frequency existed is something we've seen on some old temple wall or relief wherever in the world, was because somebody captured, they didn't just capture, but they embodied that resonance to the pinnacle than anybody ever had before. That's why we remember them as we do. They were men like me and you, human, just like me and you. And those days are upon us again, and we're in the infancy of it happening. And just remember, you don't owe everybody an explanation for everything. You don't, and just because somebody asks a question, don't mean you gotta answer it. I was told that for a long time. I was told that for years of my life. Years of my life. And then I got to a certain point and I was like, hold on a second. Let me use this. And the power of silence is tremendous. I'll tell you the power of silence. So, my mom looks at me, even she was back alive when my mom, many years ago, my mom looked at me and I start like, I laugh at something. And just because I was just being giggly and laughing and stuff, you know. And then she'd be like, she'd inquire further, and she'd be like, what are you laughing about? And at that point, my mind would cause my body to I just laugh so hard because my mom is thinking that I'm hiding something. That's why I'm laughing and I'm not saying anything. Silence. And so I literally, like, I'm not, I just, my laughing is encouraging her mind to go somewhere that doesn't, this is, it's not real, it's not happening, it's like not even, it's nothing there. Silence is a pretty powerful tool, especially when you know the ace you got in your own back pocket. That's your divine connection. That's your happiness and your peace. When a person sees you at peace, like somebody that doesn't like you, and they see you at peace and they've done everything they can to disturb you and you're still at peace, they can't figure you out. Be the enigma. Why was the Enigma machine? Why was the codex? Why was secret languages created? Why was all this kind of stuff happening in our past? Because people steal information and then they use it against you in a most devious way that affects your material possessions for the negative. But you can really truly the will of your heart and keep that in alignment with the divine plan. Oh, you can let the sun shine, and that sword of truth is your honesty. Because your honesty is going to express your divinity to expose their divisibility. One thing I got used to hearing growing up is indivisible. We are indivisible. Like, you can't divide this. But what I see in the world is a little bit different than what words are expressing. So, to honor all the fallen of the past in every regard, and to hold one's liberty to live your life in truth, honor, will allow you to have a spiritual connection with the divines up above that can allow us to unlock dormant psychic and energetic centers within our body. Jojo Umbat. When I speak of silence, I'm, if unless your reply was metaphorical, I'm not speaking about actual silence. Like I said earlier, like with the story of my mom, I would laugh. So I'm not being silent. I'm not being. I laughed. I made noise. There was gestures of my body. There was an expression of me. But I chose not to lie. Let me say in this: I choose not to lie. And I choose not to go along with a false story. And I don't care to explain an ounce of anything to anybody on that level. So in that, I recognize that even if I tried to explain it, they'd misunderstand me. I'm just going to live my life. Sometimes, a lot of times, by entertaining a question, you're going to find yourself in a catch 22. Catch 22 is essentially you're stuck in a loop. Just keep coming back. Groundhog Day, stuck in the same old rut. Whole world full of that. And that's why it's important to shift up gears, change up what you like, try something different. Even if it's out of spite, you just might find something you don't have to fight. Super welcome, Michelle. YouTube is pretty funny. Comments can be pretty funny. Yeah, that's what I mean. Cool, Costco. It's there was something mentioned here. What was it? Yeah, the silence is just the not giving into the bait of others. Look, when we were kids, when we were younger, things, life, we had more ideas. We could do more. The older and the older and the older and the older, the more years we've been on here, the more reliable we get upon things around us to keep us entertained. Our imagination stops working and we start depending on others to paint the images and on others to draw the ideas and on others to just everything. You get, make the movies and all of it. We're just the spectator. And I'm not saying blame or bad to anybody being or doing that. I was there, I've been there myself. I still go there sometimes myself. I just go to come enjoy the show. It's nice to do that. Um, but I found by responding to their questions, by responding to their taunts, by responding to their doubts, by responding to them, then I was empowering their creation. I was empowering their magic. I was empowering what they wanted to be in this world. And when I began removing myself from the things that I don't want to see in this world, just removing myself, removing my mind, removing my heart, removing, I don't care, what do I got to do? Burn a candle, light an incense, say a I don't, just spin around 3 times, block the door, do a visual, and I got lots of things that are very effective on that way to block off individuals' energies to you. I'll give you a simple tool of the trade right here. If you got somebody that you don't like and you're thinking about them and you don't want to be thinking about them, but they keep popping into your mind or something, here's a real simple thing to do. Now or the next time you feel emotionally attached or like this person is coming at you, especially the next time you feel like they're in your thought zone and you don't want them there. At that time, put a brown door between, like, in front of them. So they're facing you, and you put a brown door with a brown frame around it and it has a gold handle. And the door is open and you close it. This is in your mind, you visualize it, and you close the door. And then you draw a black X at the top center of that door. They're not coming back through. Because number one, you're emotionally active. Number two, you are visualizing this reality. And number three, I'm quite sure there was some expression of motherfucker or something came out your mouth at some gesture. So the spirit already heard you and your frustration with this situation. Your voice, your visualization, and your emotion, you put those three together in synchronicity, you're going to will something into reality. You don't need no religion for that. You don't need no allegiance to that. You don't need nothing for that except who you are. It's level 1 and 2 magic stuff. Everything they trying to sell you is a distraction to realize that you could do all this stuff yourself. That's why they had to look special at the top. Because they were trying to sell you something. They became the product they were trying to sell you. That's why I say be the cause, create the effect. Just be. You don't gotta join nobody's club. It's a lot nicer when you get to do what you want in life. If you're younger, it's positive to follow others that know a system or two, that know a way or two, that know a structure or two. It's good to follow and listen to that, to hear those stories, to shut up and just obey. I share this, and it doesn't work so much in the world because when I do it, it usually creates problems. Because my mom, the way she brought me up, she said, "Do what I tell you to do. Do not fucking interpret. Don't do something different. I tell you to do it. Do it. You want an explanation? I'll tell you after. But in the moment, ain't got no time." And so, I learned to do exactly what my mom said to do, thing for thing. She taught me. And so nowadays, if I'm helping somebody out with something and they tell me to do something, I'll literally do exactly what they. Sometimes I have my own thinking. I have a multitude of ways of working, though. Sometimes I think the person knows what they're talking about. I do exactly what they tell me to do, and it did not work out and did not turn out well. And I'm like, I did what you told me to do. I did that and that and that. And there was an interpretation I was supposed to perform. Whoa, wait a second. Are we speaking like Englishese or English Egyptian or like English I'm pissed off? I don't know the subcategories of English. I'm like pretty literal with my words. I pick up a social cue or two, some things, 67 and stuff like that. I got you. I'm not that outdated. Being flexible is important. I mention things and people will think that that's the way I am, and I'm always that way because that's what I said about that thing. And I'm like, well, technically, if the situation turns to this and this and this, then I have a different perspective on that. I'm going to start reacting differently. Yeah. Yeah, Evie. Um, so here's one thing I've learned about myself. There is a lot of basic stuff I don't go over. I put my email in the chat log before. I'm pretty sure you got my email. Shoot me an email and ask me for a copy of my book, and I'll send it to you. Reading it from beginning to end is going to help you. It's a hard read. It's not a lot. It's darn near like reading a dictionary almost in a good portion of it. I mean, it flows nice, there's poetical aspects to it and whatnot, but it's heavy information. And by reading this, you're going to be able to understand things that you were not able to comprehend before. You have all the ability to comprehend it, but you don't have the complete set of information from experiences. My book bridges the gap between Christianity and spirituality. Truly, I'm not kidding. That's what my book does. If you need the detail, if your mind's trying to make so much use of it, then that's what's going to happen. I explain this and offer this because I found at a certain point of my beyond awakening and years of working that there are things people ask or I become aware of and I try it and I can do it. Just there's other people that fall into the same category. They just try it and they do it, works. Other people don't have success. Why and what's the difference? Dependent upon where your soul has achieved upon Jacob's ladder is what you're going to be able to access and do. If your soul hasn't attained that level, you're going to have to put a lot more work and effort into it. And one of those missing steps that may have been the first time, because if you don't know if it worked, the only way you're going to know is if you stop thinking about them. If you had a problem thinking about them, then you were thinking about them every fucking day, and it was coming back to you multiple times. Either that stopped, or it's still happening. It's that easy to understand if it happened or not. Now, one of the missing steps, if it did not happen, would be that emotional charge. If you're lacking that emotional charge, then it's not going to work. It'll never work if the charge isn't there. Um, and if there's, I'm not saying that it is, but just for anybody listening or whatever the case out there, whoever might be attempting or trying, if there is ill intention within the heart, if there is malicious, if there is malware within the creation of what you're doing, cancel, cancel. Ain't gonna work. No good. And one doesn't even have to consciously be aware that this is happening. The construct of the evil eye, I've mentioned it before, and it's because of jealousy within the heart. That jealousy doesn't even have to spurt consciously, it can just be in the heart, unverbalized and unthought. But then that goes out, and that's what harms another person's life, and that's what blocks their plans. And so that's why it's important to regularly cleanse our own systems and make sure that we're vibing at a pure vibration as much as we can, especially interacting with others, because that energy is going to go out. People are going to feel that as they're going to be connected with it. Okay, Jojo Umbat asked a really good question. Said, do you have any advice on how to better connect to one's spirit guides? It can be sort of solitary to love something so much that doesn't have corporeal form. I wish I could just reach out and touch them. I feel you, bro. Like, I live that. Like, yeah, I live that. Okay. Um, the words of power, the mantras that I share, um, and very specifically, this goes to you, Jojo, and anybody else out there. Essentially, feel free to send me an email, and I will send you an invocation. An invocation is essentially energy that is latent within you, okay? And by speaking a set of words, you wind up activating that energy because emotion and thought creation is happening within. And you can read these words before you read them out loud and see if you agree with them, which when I read them, I thought they were the most beautiful blessing kind of a things I could think of. I never had thought of. And, um, and so I went ahead and I read the words. And when I read the words, ET phoned home. I got connection. And literally what you're asking for, I've got exactly what you're asking for. And you can shoot me an email there, setra@yahoo.com. I typed that in the chat there. It will connect you with your guides because essentially it's connecting you with the divine mother aspect in yourself. And mother's going to call the family home. And the family are your guides, and your guides are like, yes, mom. Oh shit, mom told us to go talk to you. Hold on, let us. Okay, we're gonna do. Gotcha. Uh huh. It's no longer. Yeah, now mama has a say in how they direct your life. She is matter, mother, matter, mother. Learning how to communicate with that through your heart and that resonance is what you're experiencing, and those spirit guides are the closest representation that we can have to truly, and them lacking a corporeal form. This is why it is very important to see them, whether it be family or anybody, within everyone. Within everyone. Everyone is my teacher. Everyone is my spirit guide. Everybody is my helper. We are all here together in this world of what the who's ill's going on, but we follow in our hearts. And my heart says, you could be him or her. So I want to give you a hug as if you were. I don't need to tell you what I think. I don't need to cry over your shoulder as if I'm never going to be able to see you again, which is probably going to be the situation. But that's why I want to have a connected moment with you while I have the moment to have it. With whichever person is there in the room to embrace with as much as I can. That's why I don't want to make a So I don't want to leave a bad memory behind. I do my best to strive to leave a good memory behind. And if somebody else got a bad memory, well, that's on them. That's not my fault. I can't worry about that. I can just be me. Okay, and then there was since JoJo put the last time I lucid dreamed, I thought I died in my sleep. It was more horrifying than I can put into words. So since then, I've been very closed off towards lucid dreaming. It's never been something I can control, though. It just happens when it happens, and I don't know what sort of causes that. Okay. This would be the literal experience of astral travel by location. When yourself is experiencing a traumatic or a stressful event, you will pull the consciousness of your other selves to where you are. Don't freak out. But you said you felt as you've died, you woke up from that dream. That's because that other body did die. In its life, it did end. And in that moment, that's what you brought back with you was the memory of the end of that life. I tell you, I'm not. I tell you, we have multiple bodies on this world, and our consciousness travels and lives lives out. Our soul moves much faster than our conscious mind can comprehend. It is so fast that it moves in and out of our awareness. And the only way to truly perceive our own soul at its lightning fast quantum speed is when the mind is stilled, when there are no thoughts, and one can hear their own rhythm in nature around them, pulsing in synchronicity. And when there is chaos and disharmony, then you know things are not aligned, things are not being seen for what they are. That is why that kind of thing is going on, because it requires your attention to see what's going on here. You are an eternal being, and you have a physical ending from one body, but you never actually stop living. The soul doesn't die. I heard somebody say it's an astonishing amount of odds that we would actually inhabit a body and have life. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's an astonishment of odds. I believe a person is almost in some form got eight versions of themselves, constantly learning, constantly updating, constantly gathering information. And in the quantum realm, when we sleep, especially when we sleep, default programming, let's make sure and put that information into the update. A near death experience happens every single night you go to bed. You are fading off into oblivion, and your brain is putting together every single aspect. It's condensing it into material reality as much as it can for you to be able to quantumly see and visualize what's actually happening beyond just physical senses. We have devices that can measure all the types of frequencies on spectrums and other planets and all sorts of things. Those kinds of, we know that there's a lot of other dimensions in existence that we can measure and factually know that they are there, but we do not see them. And just because they're not there, we move through them and we destroy them. We create destruction where there was order and we didn't know why, because we're like giants and we just don't realize what we can do. That's why finesse, when you got that painting, when you got that movie, when you got that piece of art, whatever it is, and be even music, anything, it's got that finesse, it got that touch on it. And that's what we can do. We can give life that flavor. We can change up the past trauma, get rid of the bad junk, bring in the lesson, put a nice flavor on it, and be like, yo, did you get the lesson? Bah, yeah, cool. Now you won't be messing up, you won't be skipping up, you'll be good, groovy, alright, alright. Next thing we gotta skip out, here's another tool in your pocket. And that's what we do in this humanity goes forward. And in that regard, we empower everybody. And that's what the giants fear, is that everybody, you can be a giant. Everybody could be a giant. They didn't want us to realize how big we actually are. We just got to remember about that foundation of what we know is divinely correct and what we know is divinely wrong. What is okay for me to do, I know it's not or should not do. I can tell you about my idea, I could tell you about my life, I could share everything, but what you want to do with your body and your place and your temple, shit, that's up to you, bro. I've hung out with Divine Kali, bro. I've hung out with Durga, and there ain't nothing to my. You expecting human standards with a divine being. Have fun. Come on. You, I love you. You're awesome. I thank you for being here. I thank you for being in this world. I thank you for hanging out. Thanks, Evie. I appreciate it. Definitely, definitely.
Thank you, Mama Boosie. Appreciate that kind words. Before I log out, I want to check out some comments because I don't go look back at these videos at all. So this is kind of like overtime here. I'm not trying to get viewers. I mean, I try to talk it or, do my thing and whatever. But, anyways, this is overtime. Let's see. Jojo Umbat. I've been saying for some time now that I'm not in the universe I was born into. But you had other words of other nature, like, oh, this isn't a good idea or whatever, but like you feel bad about it or whatever, but I connect with that. I'm not in the universe I was born into. Earth was supposed to be updated fucking centuries ago. Tesla was one of the family ET members, and this world is not supposed to look the fucking way that it does, bro. Sis, we showed up and shit was supposed to be different because the generation before us slacked the fuck off and got distracted. What the fuck ever, man. I don't know what the hell they got stuck with. That's why everybody thinks, oh, he's doing drugs, all this, all that, because they're all got their heads up each other's motherfucking asses. This world is supposed to be leagues in advancement beyond what it is. And they're still arguing and fighting and bickering. They can't even fucking put a roof over everybody's fucking head in the world. You got the resources out the wazoo to do everything. You got homeless people. And then you take them and you put them in jail. And then you create a slave. Not just a slave, but a goddamn motherfucking, like a piece of cattle in a goddamn line till it dies just to fucking cut its meat up and serve it to somebody. Soylent Green, anybody? Wonder where they getting all the fucking meat from? Why does everybody just ask a question? Why don't you go watch a movie? Soylent Green. And talk about all the fucking animal. Where's the fucking meat coming from? I'll tell you where it's fucking coming from. They grow it on steel racks. A whole bunch of shit that you just wouldn't believe or accept. Because if you did, then it would mean returning to an old system of living that meant being in harmony with the planet and following the synchronicity of the elements. And it has been prophesied that this day would come. And there would be levels. There will be a group up here and they will be walking up top. They'd be trying to take off to the stars. And there's a group on the ground. That one gonna work out. It's a real prophecy, and thousands of years ago, it's exactly what the image shows. We know where our home is. If we can't take care of our own home, how can we resuscitate something that's dead and do something with it? Are you shitting me? You can't fix the deserts on our own planet, and you want to go somewhere where it ain't even got a freaking protective field from all. failure. Taking the resources we have, throwing them into outer space. You know, energy is not exactly, what do they say? Can't exactly destroy the stuff, right? Just, it's always going to be in existence. And we just shooting it out of space, saying, oh, can't get none of that back. Whoops. Dug it out the ground. Somehow it got to this planet, survived for as long as it did here. We bored out the ground, sent into space. Oh well. Anyways, I hope you have a wonderful Tuesday, and I appreciate you being here. And you make the difference in this world. Our future is not our past, for our ending is the new beginning, surely transforming that which was into that which can become. Much love, many blessings. Thank you for being here today, and we'll catch you tomorrow. Donna Deguai.